My young master only said that it's not impossible to let you go, but he didn't say that he must let you go. The village chief's face turned pale. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zhang and said, I have something to ask him. Take her out first. Okay. Lu Zhang nodded, turned around and helped Wang Jin to the door. When the door was opened, Wang Xiaojia and the woman immediately ran in. Sister, Jin? Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows and hurriedly led Wang Jin out. Then he closed the door so that no one would see the bloody scene inside. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the village chief. Tell me, why are you and your father hiding here? The village chief hurriedly said, We're tired of the killing outside, so we're living in seclusion here for peace and happiness. Do you think I'll believe you? If you're really tired of killing, why are you running amok here? Qin Feiyang sneered. I'm not. You can go and ask everyone. Everyone can see how good I am to them. The village chief said aggrievedly. Qin Feiyang said, Then why did I hear you say that the people in this village are just a group of animals you're rearing? You? The village chief looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Are you wondering how I know? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and took out the image crystal. The image recorded yesterday slowly unfolded in the void. How is this possible? Looking at the image, the village chief's old face was full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Just now, who do you think the villagers will believe? Actually, I'm not worried at all because I have this evidence in my hands. I just don't want to make things difficult for Wang Jin in the future, so I haven't taken it out. The village chief collapsed on the ground weakly like a dead dog. It turned out that the other party already had irrefutable evidence. He had been so arrogant before. How ridiculous. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, If you want to live, you have to tell the truth. The village chief said, Don't talk nonsense. A person like you definitely won't live in seclusion here because you're tired of the killing outside. What is your goal? Tell me. Qin Feiyang shouted. The village chief's body trembled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. A bone-piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. Naive. Dan Wangkai smiled coldly. Like a ghost, he instantly landed in front of the village chief and then slapped his lower abdomen. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the village chief's lower abdomen was torn apart by the battle chi, and his chi-si was torn apart. Dan Wangkai coldly snorted, We've seen a lot of people like you, so you better behave yourself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and suddenly said, Give him a facial restoration pill. Facial restoration pill? Dan Wangkai was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangkai didn't understand, but he didn't ask much. He took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into the village chief's mouth. Time passed by breath. More than 10 breaths later, the village chief's appearance didn't change at all. Did I guess wrong? Qin Feiyang frowned. Just now he was thinking that the people in this village were all ordinary people. How could the village chief be a cultivator? So he suspected that the original village chief had been killed and this person was a fake. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Qin Feiyang said, What's your relationship with Master Shin? Since there was no problem with the identity of the village chief, he must be related to Master Shin. The village chief just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. I'll make you talk. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the village chief was immediately sent to the castle. Another pitiful person. Viper sighed. He reaped what he sowed. Why don't you just tell us the truth? Why did he have to go in and suffer? Dan Wangkai shook his head and sneered. Fatso and the white-eyed wolf's means of torture were not a joke. After a while, the village chief couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Feiyang took him out of the castle, only to see that the village chief was stripped naked. The previous toughness was gone. He covered his buttocks and there was only fear in his eyes. What's the situation? Why are you covering your buttocks? Don't tell me he was raped? Viper and Dan Wangkai looked at each other. Actually, with the character of the white-eyed wolf, it was really possible for him to do such a thing. Dan Wangkai coughed, holding back his laughter, and said, Now tell me, what's your relationship with Master Shin? The village chief said in horror, I can't tell you. If I tell you, even if you don't kill me, they won't let me go. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It turned out that it was not only Master Shin, there were others. Who are you talking about? Dan Wangkai asked. I really can't tell you. Kill me, please. The village chief shook his head and looked at the three of them. Dan Wangkai grinned and said, It seems that you still want to go to the castle. No, I'll tell you. The village chief hurriedly waved his hand in horror. To think that he was raped at such an old age? He had lost all his face. Then tell me quickly. Dan Wangkai said angrily. His patience was almost worn out. The village chief quivered and said, I don't know who they are. I only know that they belong to a mysterious organization, and they are very strong. Even you are not their opponents. Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other. So scary? As for Qin Feiyang, he leaned back in his seat and remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. The village chief said, Master Shin is a 5-star combat emperor, and Master Shin is the weakest among them. A 5-star combat emperor is the weakest? This time even Qin Feiyang could not stay calm. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. He did not expect that there was such a terrifying and mysterious force in the great Qin Empire. Wait, could it be the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire? The more he thought about it, the more Qin Feiyang felt that it was possible. Because other than the great Qin Empire, only the former Heavenly Sun Empire could cultivate so many experts. Continue asking. After a while, Qin Feiyang said to Dan Wangkai and returned to the chair, lost in thought. Dan Wangkai looked at the village chief and said, How did you know them? I don't know. Because before me, the people in our village already knew them. The village chief said. Dan Wangkai was slightly stunned and frowned. Everyone in the village knows? The village chief waved his hand and said, No, I didn't make it clear. All the village chiefs know, the other villagers don't know. You mean all the village chiefs of this village are related to that mysterious organization? Dan Wangkai said. Yes. We take orders from them and they give us elixirs and battle arts to help us cultivate. The village chief nodded. Dan Wangkai said, What do they want you to do? The village chief said, You don't have to do anything. You just have to manage this village and not let the villagers go to the outside world or contact the outside world. So it was you who created this isolated village. But what right do you have to do this? They are humans, not animals. They have their own choices and freedom, understand? Dan Wangkai said angrily. Yes. The village chief nodded repeatedly. Dan Wangkai took a deep breath and asked, Where are the previous village chiefs now? The village chief said, They all entered that mysterious organization in the end and never appeared again. Dan Wangkai said, Do you know where that mysterious organization is? The village chief shook his head. It seems that we have to start with this Master Shin. Dan Wangkai said in a low voice, We heard from Wang Xiaojia and his mother that every 2 years Master Shin would come to the village to recruit disciples, right? Yes. The village chief nodded. Dan Wangkai said, Then are the children in the village really there to cultivate, or is there some other purpose? I don't know. The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai asked, When will Master Shin come next time? The village chief thought and said, For months. 4 months? Dan Wangkai murmured and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had been thinking, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Seeing this, Dan Wangkai didn't disturb him and waited quietly. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, Chapter 12:22. Lying? Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other, then turned to look at the village chief, a cold light flashing in their eyes. The village chief panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not lying. Good. Since you said that you're not lying, then let me ask you, when did you start cultivating? Qin Feiyang said. I've been cultivating since I was young. Because that mysterious organization has a rule that before I step down, I must first nurture the next village chief. For example, my son Wang Yu. If I want to step down, I have to nurture him first. The village chief said. Qin Feiyang said, Then how old are you now? The village chief said, 85. Dan Wangkai immediately said angrily, Ridiculous, even if you started cultivating at the age of 5, only 80 years have passed. To be able to break through to the War King in 80 years, who are you lying to? Do you think you're a peerless genius? He finally understood why Qin Feiyang said that the village chief was lying. A cultivator, especially someone who had reached the War King realm, could live for at least a few thousand years. And as the village chief of this village, seeing him live for so long, wouldn't the other villagers be suspicious? Definitely. Not only would they be suspicious, they would also discuss it. But in these 2 days, they didn't hear anyone discussing this matter in the village. What did this mean? It meant that this person was not honest and was still lying to them. It's true, I'm not lying. From the time I started cultivating until now, I've only used 70 to 80 years. The village chief said anxiously. Ha! Dan Wangkai and Viper laughed out loud. Even they took 200 to 300 years to cultivate to the level of a 9-star war saint. One had to know. They were also the top 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea. In terms of talent, they were the top existences in the entire Forgotten Continent. But this old thing said that it only took 70 to 80 years. Didn't that mean that his talent was even better than theirs? What a joke. Qin Feiyang frowned. Under such circumstances the village chief shouldn't dare to lie, but why? If the village chief had opened the door of potential, then it would definitely be possible. However, he didn't see the potential mark on the village chief's chest. Qin Feiyang asked, "How did you do it?" "It's a type of pill," the village chief said. "Medicinal pills?" Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other. What kind of pill could allow someone to improve so quickly? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing the word medicinal pill, he thought of a type of medicinal pill, the blood fiend pill. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, "What kind of medicinal pill? Take it out and let me see." "The Qingquan bag is in the study. I'll go get it now." The village chief nodded and got up from the ground. He covered his butt and limped towards the study room. Qin Feiyang also got up and followed him. Viper rubbed his chin and said with a sneaky smile, "Looking at him, it seems like he was really raped. He's already so old, yet he's still being tortured like this. How pitiful. The shadow in his heart probably won't disappear for the rest of his life." Dan Wangkai chuckled. When he heard the two of them discussing, the village chief who was walking in front could not help but stiffen up as his heart was filled with shame. Viper hollered, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" Gritting his teeth, the village chief endured his anger and entered the study room. Even though it was called a study room, there wasn't a single book inside. Instead, it was filled with ornamental artwork. The village chief walked to a jade bottle and reached out to grab it, turning it forcefully. Boom. Accompanied by a deep rumble, the ground in the middle of the study room split open and an underground secret chamber appeared before the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the other two. The secret chamber wasn't big and was about 5 feet wide. In the middle there was a stone platform with a Qingquan bag on it. "Go," Qin Feiyang said to Viper. Viper nodded and leaped into the secret chamber. Grabbing the Qingquan bag, he lowered his head to check it. Very quickly, Viper's face darkened as he leaped up and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Glaring at the village chief coldly, he took out a blood-red pill and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not take it and merely looked at the pill quietly. However, his eyes were filled with a shocking killing intent. The pill was blood-red as though it was condensed from fresh blood and emitted a shocking malevolent aura. That was right. That was the blood termination pill. Furthermore, there were 3 pill patterns on the blood termination pill. "He's worse than a beast." Dan Wangkai was enraged as well. He turned to the village chief and hollered, "Do you know what that pill is?" The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai hollered, "That's a blood termination pill. It's refined from human flesh. Do you know that?" As one of the 10 greats of Azure Sea, be it Viper or Dan Wangkai, their hands were stained with blood. However, they had never thought of refining a blood termination pill. That was because the word evil was no longer needed to describe the refinement of a blood termination pill. It was completely heartless and inhumane. Human flesh. The village chief's body shuddered as he stared at the blood termination pill and vomited. In the past, he only knew that this pill was magical, but he had never thought that it was refined from human flesh. Taking a blood termination pill is equivalent to eating a living person. In the past 70 or 80 years, how many people have you eaten? Dan Wangkai said in disgust. For this kind of person, even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces and crushed into ashes, it would still be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. The village chief's mind trembled as he vomited even more violently. Viper said, "Your son broke through to 1-star battle saint so quickly. He must have also taken a blood termination pill." The village chief nodded. Viper snorted coldly, "You and your father both deserve to die. Don't kill me. I really didn't know that this pill was refined from human flesh. I regret it now." The village chief knelt on the ground and cried bitterly as he looked at the 3 people. Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently and asked, "You really don't know who I am?" "I don't know. Although our cultivation is not bad, that mysterious organization did not allow us to leave the village. Usually, Master Shin only taught us cultivation and gave us pills. He never mentioned the situation outside to us." The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai said in disdain, "If they don't allow you to leave, you won't leave. You really are 2 obedient dogs." The village chief's heart was incomparably bitter. "Kill them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to walk out of the study. "Don't. I beg you, spare my old life. I will be your slave and serve you tea." The village chief's eyes trembled. He quickly begged and kowtowed. Bang bang. "We don't need a scum like you." Viper smiled coldly. A wisp of poisonous gas drilled into the village chief's forehead. Ah! The village chief immediately hugged his head and howled miserably on the ground. Not long after, the village chief's flesh and blood all rotted away. Finally, only a white skeleton was left. Then Dan Wangkai and Master Shin walked out of the study. They saw Qin Feiyang sitting beside the tea table in the hall. Hence they walked over. Take a look inside his Chengkuan bag. Is there anything related to that mysterious organization? As for the blood demon pills, destroy them all. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Viper and Master Shin nodded. A moment later, Viper raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, No, other than the blood demon pills there are only some herbs and gold coins. Qin Feiyang said, It seems that we can only wait for Master Shin to come before we can find out the answer. Dan Wangkai frowned and said, But we still have to wait for 4 months before he comes. Are we going to waste so much time here? This mysterious organization refines so many blood demon pills. It must be extraordinary. I have to investigate it clearly. And I can afford to wait for 4 months. Moreover, I can wait while cultivating. 4 months should be enough for me to break through to 1-star war emperor. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He was only 1 step away from becoming a war emperor. At that time he would activate the kill formula. If the false god didn't appear, who would be able to fight against him? Then do you have any suspects? Dan Wangkai asked. Yes. Just now, I was thinking that this mysterious organization should be the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire. But when I saw the blood demon pills, I felt that it wasn't the case. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? Dan Wangkai and Master Shen were suspicious. Mu Tianyang has all the pill formulas in the pill scripture. If these people are really the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire, then the village chief and his son should be able to unlock the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said. Viper asked, Could it be that they don't fully trust the village chief and his son? That's possible. But there's another very important factor. This factor is Lu Xingqian. If the mysterious organization is really the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire, then Lu Xingqian would definitely think of ways to hide it from me. Why would he let me come to the reincarnation ocean? Although there are many paths to the reincarnation ocean and they might not pass through this village, what if I bump into him? Wouldn't that be disadvantageous to him? Based on my understanding of Lu Xingqian, he would never do something that would harm himself. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. But apart from the Heavenly Sun Empire, who else could nurture such a powerful and mysterious force? And after thousands of years, no one has discovered it. Viper and Dan Wangkai frowned. Suddenly, their gazes trembled as they raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. They said in shock, Could it be your father? Qin Feiyang's eyes glowed. Apart from the fallen Heavenly Sun Empire, it seemed that only the current emperor had this ability. If it's really him, I will kill him with my own hands. He clenched his fists and said word by word. Dan Wangkai and Master Shen looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The truth of this matter was probably not far from what they had guessed. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, stood up and said, Dispose of their bodies. Then you two disguise yourselves as the father and son and wait for Master Shin to take the bait. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? When he comes, can't we just take him down and be done with it? Dan Wangkai said disdainfully. It's not that simple. Since he belongs to the mysterious organization, Master Shin's mouth must be very tight. Therefore we can't confront him directly. Moreover, dealing with Master Shin is only secondary to my arrangement. The main reason is to appease the villagers of this village. Think about it. If they know that the village chief and his son were killed by us, what will they do? It will definitely cause a commotion and they will ask us why. How will we explain it at that time? We can't tell them the truth. If we do, Wang Jin will be too ashamed to live. Chapter 12:23. They'll find out about the death of the village chief and his son sooner or later. If you don't tell them the truth, you'll have to take the blame. Dan Wangkai frowned. That's right. Viper nodded. When the villagers found out about the death of the village chief and his son, they would definitely think of what happened today. By then, they would naturally think that they were the ones who killed the father and son. If they told them the truth, the villagers would definitely thank them. However, if they didn't tell them the truth, the villagers would definitely hate them. They might even be labeled as someone who killed the innocent and disregarded human life. This was a stark contrast. We can only protect Wang Jin's reputation. Even if I have to take the blame, it doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dan Wangkai and Viper smiled helplessly. Alright, you guys deal with it. I'll go find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the portal. He walked in without looking back. Sometimes the young master is scary, but sometimes he's touching. After the portal disappeared, Viper shook his head and sighed. Yeah. I don't think there are many people in the world who would go to such lengths for a person he met by chance. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's deal with it quickly. Dan Wangkai smiled. He dragged Wang Yu's body into the study and threw it into the secret room. Viper also found a few pieces of cloth and wiped the blood on the ground. After everything was cleaned up, the two of them took the illusion pills and changed into the appearance of the father and son. They opened the door and walked out. Village chief. Young Master Wang Yu, are you okay? The villagers outside immediately asked with concern. However, Wang Jin's face was full of surprise. She clearly saw Wang Yu being killed with her own eyes. How did he appear in front of her alive? Lu Zheng and Lu Hong were also suspicious. Viper looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong and smiled secretly. The two of them suddenly realized. Village chief, say something. The villagers urged impatiently. It's nothing. Dan Wangkai waved his hand and smiled. Then what's with the screams inside? The villagers were puzzled. Dan Wangkai smiled and said, it was just a small accident. It's fine now. Everyone disperse. You scared us to death. We thought you were fighting inside. Oh right, where's little brother Jiangfei? Why don't I see him? Everyone looked around the hall. Dan Wangkai said, he left through the back door. I think he's going to do something. He'll be back soon. This little brother is really a busy person. Yes, I've been in the village for 2 days, but I've only seen him once. You've seen him once, but I haven't even seen him once. Everyone began to talk at once. Dan Wangkai waved his hand again and said, all right, there will be more opportunities in the future. Let's disperse. All right, we'll get going then. Call us if you need anything. Everyone left in 2s and 3s. In the end, only Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, Wang Jin, Wang Xiaojie and the woman were left. Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Xiaojie and the woman and said with a faint smile, you two go back first. The mother and son were a little hesitant. Dan Wangkai said, don't worry, brother Jiang and Miss Lu will bring Jiner back later. The father and son looked at Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie. Lu Hong nodded at them and then the mother and son turned to leave. After the mother and son left, Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Jin and said, young master has helped you hide what Wang Yu did to you. Don't feel inferior in the future and don't do stupid things. Live well. Yes. Wang Jin nodded respectfully. Dan Wangkai continued, also if the villagers ask what's with the injuries on your body. You were injured by a wild beast. Okay. Wang Jin nodded again. Dan Wangkai smiled, looked at Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie and said, that's all. Take her back. Wait, where's my little cousin? Lu Zheng asked secretly. Needless to say, the village chief must be dead, but how could something happen to Qin Feiyang? And he left through the back door? Dan Wangkai said, young master said that he's going to cultivate in seclusion. We don't know where he went. Cultivating in seclusion? Isn't he going to the Sea of Reincarnation? Lu Zheng frowned. He's going. But young master said that he wants to investigate the mysterious organization. You don't know yet, but the village chief and his son have been taking blood evil pills all these years, and the blood evil pills came from that mysterious organization. Dan Wangkai said secretly. Mysterious organization? Blood evil pills? What's going on? Lu Zheng and Lu Hong looked at each other, and then looked at Dan Wangkai and Wang Xiaojie suspiciously. Before they interrogated the village chief, Lu Zheng took Wang Jin out, so he didn't know what happened later. Dan Wangkai explained briefly. I'll go. Master Shin is a 5-star combat emperor? And he's the weakest in that mysterious organization? This is a bit ridiculous. Lu Zheng and Lu Hong were shocked. Dan Wangkai said secretly, that's how it is. Let's take these 4 months as self-cultivation. I don't care. Lu Zheng shrugged and asked secretly, but Master Shin is so strong. Little cousin, are you sure you can defeat him? Since young master has chosen to stay, he should have some confidence. Dan Wangkai frowned, not daring to be sure. Then let's take one step at a time. Lu Zheng smiled faintly, looked down at Wang Jin and said, let's go back. Okay. Wang Jin lowered her head and asked softly, are they the village chief and Wang Yu? This is a secret. I can't tell you for the time being. Anyway, they won't hurt you anymore. Lu Zheng smiled. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully with a red face, thank you. You're a good person. Ha. Lu Zheng laughed dryly. Then Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie left with Wang Jin. What young master is worried about might really happen. Looking at Wang Jin's back, Dan Wangkai whispered. What is young master worried about? Viper was suspicious. Have you forgotten so quickly? Not long ago Wang Yu said that except for him, no one would be willing to marry Wang Jin. Lu Jing said that he was willing. Look at Wang Jin now. She has already developed a dependence on Lu Zheng. I think Lu Zheng is going to be in trouble. Dan Wangkai smiled gloatingly. Viper looked up at Wang Jin's back, and his eyes darted around. Suddenly he grinned and said, if that's the case then it's going to be interesting. Gradually, peace returned to the village. In the beginning Wang Jin often sat alone in a daze, or hid in the house, unwilling to go out. After all, after such a thing happened, no matter which woman it was, she would definitely not be able to get over it in a short time. However, under Lu Zheng and Lu Hong's guidance, she slowly walked out of the shadows and regained a lot of vitality. Her mental outlook also gradually changed. However, as Dan Wangkai and Wang Xiaojie expected, Wang Jin's dependence on Lu Zheng became stronger, and she often stuck to him. She also served tea, washed clothes, and cooked. At first, Lu Zheng did not take it to heart. He only thought that Wang Jin did these things because she was grateful to him for saving her life. However, slowly he felt that something was amiss. Wasn't she being too passionate? Finally, one day he accidentally saw Wang Jin sitting alone in the house and drawing a portrait of him. Moreover, Wang Jin's eyes were filled with adoration when she looked at him in the portrait. He immediately realized that something was wrong. However, he could not bear to say it out loud. Wang Jin had just recovered. If he confessed directly, it would definitely hurt her again. Therefore he went to Lu Hong and Dan Wangkai for help. Would the three of them help? Definitely not. They all looked like they were watching a show. This made him very angry. He sent a message to Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang could not be bothered with him. There was no other way. He could only slowly distance himself from Wang Jin. He wanted to use this attitude to let Wang Jin understand his feelings. However, not only did Wang Jin not understand what he meant, but she also stuck to him even more. This caused him to be worried. It was as if he was playing hide-and-seek with Wang Jin all day long. As soon as he saw Wang Jin appear, he would immediately run away. As for Dan Wangkai and Viper, they usually cultivated in the house. They would only go out if there was something important. As for Lu Hong, she often interacted with the villagers. Sometimes she even accompanied the villagers to go hunting. After a while, everyone became familiar with each other. The villagers here also liked her very much. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very sensible. However, she did not forget to cultivate. Usually, when it was late at night, she would leave the village alone and find a place to cultivate in silence. There was also Wang Xiaojie. Ever since he saw the methods of Qin Feiyang and the other two, he admired the three of them. In the beginning, because he was still unfamiliar with them, he was too embarrassed to ask. However, after he became familiar with Lu Hong and the other two, he pestered the two of them every day to teach him cultivation. No matter what Lu Hong wanted to do, she had to ask Qin Feiyang first. This had already become a habit, so she did not agree easily. As for Lu Zheng, in order to avoid Wang Jin, he lived in fear all day long and was even on the verge of collapse. How could he be in the mood to teach Wang Xiaojie? If it were not for the fact that he had to investigate that mysterious organization, he would have left. So, whenever Wang Xiaojie mentioned that he wanted to cultivate, he would directly ignore him or push the blame to Qin Feiyang. What he meant was, if you want to cultivate, you can go to your uncle Jiang Fei first. If he agrees, I will teach you. Later. Wang Xiaojie squatted at the entrance of the village every day, waiting for Qin Feiyang to return. But day after day, let alone Qin Feiyang, there was not even a shadow of him. Just like that. 4 months passed. Early in the morning, outside the village, in a mountain stream hundreds of miles away, a terrifying emperor's aura suddenly erupted. The fierce beasts within 100 miles were all alarmed. Looking at a short mountain that was dozens of feet high, their fierce eyes were full of awe. On a blue stone at the top of the mountain, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His eyes were closed and his facial features were as sharp as knives. His two sword-like eyebrows exuded a threatening aura. In the impression of these fierce beasts, this young man in white came 4 months ago. At that time they were still thinking, how could a human be so stupid as to take the initiative to come to their door? But when they swarmed up and were ready to enjoy this delicious meal, a strange thing happened. This human, with just a wave of his hand, killed several nearby saint beasts. This frightened them and they all fled for their lives. However, they did not know if this human was kind or not, but he did not chase after them. Since then they did not dare to act rashly again. And the young man in white had been cultivating on the top of the mountain, never leaving half a step. Chapter 12:24. This white-clothed youth was Qin Feiyang. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his cultivation had finally broken through and stepped into the one-star war emperor. His battle strength had doubled. Shwa. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. Now, with his methods, he could completely contend against the current emperor. However, after stepping into the war emperor, every time he broke through a small realm, the time he would need would definitely be longer. It was easy to deal with an emperor alone, but to contend against the entire Great Qin Empire, he would need to at least have the cultivation of a 9-star war sect. Moreover, his enemies were not just the Great Qin Empire. There was also Mu Tianyang, the Mu family, and the Pill Pagoda of the Forgotten Continent. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the true background of these superpowers. Therefore, he couldn't be complacent and had to continue working hard. Qin Feiyang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, retracted his emperor's might, and took out the image crystal. Dan Wangkai and Viper's images appeared. Greetings, young master. The 2 of them stood in the village chief's study and bowed. Is Master Shin here? Qin Feiyang asked. Not yet. According to our side inquiries, Master Shin usually only comes at noon. Dan Wangkai said. Noon? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then laughed. It's still early, I'll go take a look at the 6-word divine arts and pill scripture first. You broke through? The 2 of them were surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So fast. The 2 of them were dumbstruck. Although they had both opened the door of potential in terms of talent, they were still inferior to Qin Feiyang by quite a bit. Because in these 4 months, none of them had broken through. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned off the image crystal and entered the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the nearby beast heaved a sigh of relief. Inside the castle. What's going on? Just as he entered the castle, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The entire castle was now emitting rays of dazzling divine light. Furthermore, on the ground of the ancient castle, a 5-pointed star pattern appeared. The pattern was white and it rotated on its own, emitting a dazzling light. We don't know either. Just as you were breaking through, the castle suddenly changed. Fatso, Wolf King, and the other beasts gathered together and looked at the pentagram under their feet and the divine light on the surrounding walls. Their faces were also full of shock and bewilderment. A sudden change? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Just in case, he led everyone out of the ancient castle and appeared on the mountain peak. Why are you here again? You even brought so many companions? The nearby ferocious beasts panicked and turned around to flee. How could Qin Feiyang be in the mood to care about them? With a thought, the ancient castle appeared on his glabella. Rumble. Immediately, a terrifying divine might gushed out from the ancient castle. This divine might made Fatso and the others turn pale with fright, and an uncontrollable fear emerged in their hearts. What's going on? Why would it awaken on its own for no reason? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso said, could it be that there was some kind of seal in this ancient castle in the past, and when you broke through to the warlord realm, the seal was automatically removed? Seal. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. It seemed that Lu Xingqian had said something like this before. You guys wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he entered the castle again. The pentagram on the ground was still there like a compass spinning non-stop, and the light was even brighter than before. Boom. Suddenly, 5 rays of divine light emerged from the 5 points on the pentagram, respectively merging into the walls above, front, back, left, and right. An even more surprising scene appeared. Above, front, back, left, and right walls, an identical pentagram appeared. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. What exactly did these pentagrams represent? He glanced at the 6 pentagrams, carefully raised his hand, and reached out to the pentagram on the wall in front of him. But when he came into contact with the pentagram, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Qin Feiyang was completely confused. After a while, the 6 pentagrams fused into the wall and disappeared. The divine light on the ancient castle also gradually faded. Crack. But just as the divine light faded, a deafening sound rang out in the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a crack on the left wall of the ancient castle. The crack continued to extend to both sides and finally formed a door. Qin Feiyang was completely dumbfounded. First, there were 6 strange pentagrams and now there was a cracked door. What was going on? He swallowed his saliva, walked to the door, raised his arm, pressed his big hand on the door and pushed with force. Immediately. He was surprised. He couldn't push it open? One had to know. With his current strength, it was enough to destroy a mountain, but at this moment he couldn't push this door open? He took a deep breath, shook his arms suddenly and attacked with all his strength. But the door in front of him still didn't move. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. A door appeared but he couldn't open it? What was behind this door? He tried a few more times but still couldn't open it, so he left the ancient castle. How is it? Fatso and others quickly surrounded him. So strange. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What strange? Everyone was surprised. When I went in just now, pentagrams also appeared on the other 5 walls, and a stone door appeared on one of the walls. Qin Feiyang said. Stone door. Everyone's eyes widened. This was too strange, wasn't it? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ancient castle fell into his palm, and the divine light on it gradually faded. Fatso glanced at the ancient castle and said, although I don't know what's going on, something must have happened to it. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, the ancient castle turned into a ray of black light and entered the space between his eyebrows. And just as the ancient castle entered the space between his eyebrows, a huge amount of information poured into his mind like a tide. And? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and quickly closed his eyes to check the information. Gradually, his face was filled with ecstasy. What's going on? Seeing this, Fatty, Wolf King and the other beasts stared at him suspiciously. But they didn't say anything, because they knew that Qin Feiyang must have found something. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a cry of surprise, and even his breathing became rapid. Fatso and Wolf King were even more curious. So that's how it is? Haha, so that's how it is? A moment later, Qin Feiyang suddenly burst into laughter. His face was filled with excitement, and he was so excited that his speech became somewhat incoherent. Little Qinzi, what do you know? Quick, tell us. White-eyed Wolf urged impatiently. Yes. Tell us quickly. Let's have fun together. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining, and said with a smile, as you expected, the ancient castle has indeed changed, and it's an earth-shaking change. What change? Everyone was surprised. I'll take you to the ancient castle first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and everyone immediately appeared in the ancient castle. A door really did appear. Fatty, Wolf King and the other beasts immediately noticed the stone door. They all gathered around it, their eyes filled with surprise. Can this be opened? The pangolin turned to Qin Feiyang and asked. It can't be opened. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso waved his big sleeve and said arrogantly, get out of the way. Fat Lord will have a try. Wolf King and the other beasts stepped aside. Fatso calmed down for a moment, then the battle chi in his palm surged and he suddenly slapped it. Boom. He used all his strength but the stone door didn't move at all. Damn it. Fatso was dumbfounded on the spot. You're useless. Get out of the way. I'll do it. Wolf King glanced at Fatso disdainfully, walked to the door in high spirits, and slammed it with his paw. But the stone door didn't move at all. Wolf King was embarrassed. Why can't it be opened? Everyone was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, don't bother. We can't open this door. What? Fatso asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, there is a seal on the door. I can only open it when I break through to the War God realm. There is really a seal. Fatso was surprised. Yes. Just now, a message appeared in my mind. According to the message, there are a total of 3 seals in the ancient castle. The first seal seals the ancient castle's abilities such as movement, X-ray vision, sound transmission, and time array. As for the first seal, I need to break through to the 1-star War God realm. The second seal is this stone door. It needs to wait until I break through to the War God realm. As for the third seal, there is no record in the message. It might only appear when I open the second seal. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Spirit Snake Emperor said, wait, you said movement, X-ray vision, sound transmission, and time array? What the hell are these? Are you stupid? Movement means that the ancient castle can move in the future. Wait. Fatso said proudly. However, he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, you said that the ancient castle can move? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatty was stunned for a moment before he asked, does that mean that you can see what's outside with your X-ray vision? That's right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The space in front of him shook and an image quickly appeared. The image showed the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other and their eyes were filled with excitement. This is good. It will be easier to do things in the future. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, now that the ancient castle is exposed, it will not sink on its own. I can control it as I wish. Can you move it for us to see? The fatty said with a curious look on his face. Qin Feiyang moved his mind and the image in the image began to move backward. If there was a deity outside at this moment, he would be able to see a speck of dust moving rapidly in the sky above the mountain range. Fatso murmured, isn't this the same as Lu Xingqian's spatial divine item? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, now not only can the ancient castle move X-ray vision, it can also transmit sound transmission. How can it transmit sound transmission? Everyone was confused. Chapter 12:25. Really? Everyone was surprised. I can give it a try. Qin Feiyang smiled and disappeared in an instant, appearing in the sky above a desolate forest. The castle was now far away from the short mountain. Boss, can you hear me? Fatso's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Yes. Qin Feiyang thought, and his voice was clearly transmitted to Fatso's mind. Fatso was stunned, looked at Wolf King and the other beasts and said, it really works? You guys try it too. Little Qin Zi, Qin Feiyang brother Qin, Little Qin brother Qin, Wolf King and the other beasts seemed to have found a fun toy, and they kept transmitting messages to Qin Feiyang, having a lot of fun. Qin Feiyang responded to them one by one, and then entered the castle again. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, it's much more convenient now, right? Yes, it's convenient. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang said, however, you can only transmit messages to me. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, for example, when Fatso and I are outside, you can only transmit messages to me, but not to Fatso. What? Everyone was puzzled. Because I'm the owner of the castle. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. For a moment, everyone was unable to refute, but they all rolled their eyes. Fatso asked, what's the time formation? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, this is serious. Before I tell you, you should be mentally prepared. I'm afraid you can't take it and go into shock on the spot. Is it that serious? Fatso was disdainful. It's not serious at all. Qin Feiyang said. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be joking, everyone looked at each other, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said in unison, tell us. Qin Feiyang said, I can't understand the mystery of the time formation now, but it can change the time in the castle. Change the time? Everyone was suspicious. It means that the time in the castle will be different from the time outside. According to the information after the time formation appears, 10 days in the castle is 1 day outside. Qin Feiyang said. What? Tell us what it means, what does that mean? Why does it sound so strange? Everyone looked at him in surprise. It means that we've spent 10 days in the castle but only 1 day has passed outside. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 days in the castle was equivalent to 1 day outside? This was simply a fantasy story. Changing the rules of time, who can do such a heaven-defying thing? It's absolutely true. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's breathing was rapid. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Fat Lord really can't take it anymore. Quickly give Fat Lord a slap to see if we are dreaming. Qin Feiyang didn't make a move, but the white-eyed wolf stood up and directly slapped Fatso's face and then asked, does it hurt? Nonsense, you use so much force, how can it not hurt? Fatso said angrily. Then it's not a dream. Wolf King said. Yes, it's not a dream, it's real. Fatso muttered to himself, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked again, are you sure you're not joking with us? Do you think I'm in the mood now? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. This. Fatso was stunned. Wolf King and the other beasts were also stunned. This is too unbelievable. This is the first time they have heard of such a thing in their lives. It's too shocking, too heaven-defying. They can no longer use words to describe their feelings at this moment. Qin Feiyang said, however, although the information says so, we still have to confirm it. Yes, we must confirm it clearly. Fatso nodded repeatedly. If it's true, then they will be rich. This was because they were basically cultivating in the castle. 10 days in the castle is 1 day outside. Then if they cultivate in the castle for 100 days, wouldn't only 10 days have passed outside? How much time would they save? Chirp. Suddenly, a high-pitched bird cry sounded. Everyone frowned. The bird's cry was sonorous and powerful. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a simple bird. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the scene in front of him moved. Suddenly, the scene was locked on the sky above a river. Above the river, there was a huge ferocious bird, spreading its wings and flying. The ferocious bird was snow-white, with a long neck and a pair of sharp claws under its feet, emitting a terrifying cold light. On the back of the ferocious bird there was an old man. The old man was wearing a pure white robe, fluttering in the wind. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand with a kind face, and exuded an immortal aura. Very strong. Fatso's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang said, "He is Immortal Crane, a 5-star war emperor." So it's him. Everyone nodded in realization. Fatso suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "That's not right. Didn't Dan Wangkai say that he usually comes at noon? He should have come early. I have to go to the village immediately. You guys calculate the time carefully. I want to see if the castle is so magical now?" Qin Feiyang said. Everyone nodded. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed and appeared above the barren forest. But as soon as he came out he couldn't help but be stunned. That's not right. He could have driven the castle to follow him. Why did he have to come out? Immediately. He shook his head with a wry smile. The changes in the castle were too sudden. He still couldn't adapt. But since he had already come out, there was no need to go in again. Swish. He opened a portal and directly arrived at the village chief's house. Dan Wangkai and Viper were both meditating with their eyes closed. When they sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, they immediately opened their eyes and said with a smile, "You're back. What's the 4th divine art?" "I haven't had time to see it yet," Qin Feiyang said. "What's wrong?" The two of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Immortal Crane is here. You guys get ready. Don't give yourself away." "So early?" The two of them raised their eyebrows. "I saw it with my own eyes just now. I'll go out first. When you see him later, don't act rashly," Qin Feiyang warned. "Understood." The two of them nodded. Then Qin Feiyang opened the door and walked out. "Little brother, you're finally back. What have you been busy with? You've been busy for 4 months? During this time, how have you been? Have you been sick or anything?" When Qin Feiyang appeared in the village, the villagers acted as if they had seen a long-lost relative. They surrounded him and asked about his well-being. "I'm sorry. I didn't say goodbye to everyone before I left," Qin Feiyang said apologetically. For cultivators, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. But for mortals, 4 months was quite long. Everyone still remembered him. And they cared about him so much. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "You're not an outsider. Why are you apologizing?" "Little brother, it's fate that you came to our village. In the future you can treat this village as your own home. You don't have to be polite with us. Being polite will make us unfamiliar," someone said with dissatisfaction. Yes, Qin Feiyang nodded again and again. Except for the village chief and his son, the people here all had simple and kind hearts. It could be said that people like them were almost extinct in the outside world. So, he would never allow Master Shen and the mysterious organization to continue to hurt the people here. Chirp. Suddenly, a loud and clear chirp of a crane sounded outside the village. The chirp of a crane? It's Master Shen. Master Shen is here. Everyone, quickly inform everyone to gather here. The whole village suddenly boiled up. Everyone's face was full of joy and awe. A villager looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Little brother, do you know Master Shen?" "I've heard about him from Jia," Qin Feiyang said calmly. "Let me tell you, this Master Shen is a real immortal." "Yes. Master Shen is omnipotent. When you see him later, you have to be careful with what you say." A few villagers warned him in a low voice. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. But looking at everyone who was in high spirits, a sadness that could not be dispelled rose in his heart. This was ignorance. Of course. He also knew. These villagers were innocent. They couldn't be blamed. Blame the mysterious organization, Master Shen, and the previous village chiefs. These people were too abominable. In less than 100 breaths, almost all the people in the village rushed over. Old people, children, adults. Everyone was looking at the sky outside the village. Their eyes were full of expectation and respect. Although there were many people, no one spoke. It was very solemn. Dan Wangkai and Viper also came out and stood in the middle of the crowd to welcome Master Shen. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng also came. They stood beside Qin Feiyang and looked at the sky outside the village. Their eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Chirp. Accompanied by the chirp of a crane, a white crane flapped its wings and flew into the sky above the village. "Greetings, Master Shen." The villagers all knelt on the ground as if they were on a pilgrimage. Seeing this, Dan Wangkai and Viper raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. One should know. They were the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. They didn't respect the heavens and earth. They couldn't kneel down to a mere practitioner. Of course, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong couldn't do it either. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said to the four of them, "Just pretend." Okay. The four of them secretly replied. Dan Wangkai and Viper bowed to welcome him. Qin Feiyang and the other two squatted on the ground. Anyway, there were so many people. Master Shin might not see them. The white crane stopped in the sky above the ancestral grave. It flapped its wings like a mythical beast, looking down at the villagers. Its big eyes were full of contempt. Sure enough, jackals of the same tribe. Qin Feiyang sneered. Like master, like mount. He could see through the white crane's cultivation at a glance. It was only a one-star combat emperor. Get up. A hoarse laughter sounded, passing into everyone's ears. Everyone got up and looked at the back of the white crane. They saw an old man in white slowly stand up. Standing on the back of the white crane, he lowered his head and glanced at everyone. After 2 years we meet again. I don't know if anyone missed this immortal during these 2 years? The old man laughed. He looked very kind and benevolent. However, Qin Feiyang and the others could see that there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. This immortal? Damn, you can pretend. Chapter 12:26. Lu Hong and Dan Wangkai were also secretly mocking him. A mere 5-star combat emperor dares to blatantly pretend to be an immortal. They really don't know where this old thing got his courage from. But the villagers were all beaming with joy. Yes. Very much. Everyone hopes that you can stay in the village for a long time. Listening to these words, the smile on Master Shin's face became even more brilliant. He said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, this immortal also wants to spend more time with everyone, but there is no other way. The affairs of the immortal world are busy, this immortal really can't leave." Immortal world? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. He even brought out the immortal world. This old bastard really doesn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Lu Jing secretly said, "Damn it, I really want to go up and slap him a few times." It's not his fault for swearing, it's Master Shin's fault for being too good at pretending. The key point is that the villagers believed it. They thought that there really is an immortal world in this world, and that there really are immortals. Okay. Let's not talk too much. Old rules, let all the children from 10 to 18 years old stand out. Master Shin said. Dan Wangkai also shouted, "This is a good opportunity to become an immortal, everyone hurry up. Become an immortal. Children, quickly go over. You must do your best. We depend on you to bring glory to our ancestors." Hearing Dan Wangkai's words, the parents immediately urged the children around them. Those children's faces were also full of longing. One by one rushed to Dan Wangkai and Viper's side. "Why don't you go?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Xiaojia and Wang Jin and asked suspiciously. Wang Xiaojia rubbed his small head and said with a silly smile, "I want to learn cultivation from you." "We are not immortals, Master Shin is." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Tiske. Before I saw you, I still believed that he was an immortal, but now, I understand that there is no immortal in this world." Wang Xiaojia said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He turned to look at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng and asked, "Did you tell him?" "No." The two shook their heads. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Wang Xiaojia and said with a smile, "Little guy, you have good awareness." "Then, big brother immortal, are you willing to accept me as your disciple? Don't worry, I'll work hard in my cultivation and won't drag you down." Wang Xiaojia raised his small hand and vowed solemnly. "Of course." He spoke in a very low voice, afraid that the nearby villagers and Master Shin would hear him. Accepting a disciple? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Lu Hong secretly laughed. "He asked us to teach him cultivation a long time ago, but we ignored him. And these days, he has been waiting for you at the village entrance." "I see." Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. He lowered his head and looked at Wang Xiaojia. He smiled and said, "Cultivation is very tiring. I'm not afraid." Wang Xiaojia's gaze was firm. Although cultivation was very tiring, he could also protect his family. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're not afraid, but I am. Do you know what I'm afraid of?" Wang Xiaojia shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm afraid of trouble, especially for a little kid like you." "Who said I'm a little kid? I've grown up. I'm an adult." "Big brother immortal, can you promise me?" "I promise I won't cause you trouble." Wang Xiaojia grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and looked at him pitifully. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He ignored him and looked up at Master Shin. Wang Xiaojie looked at Lu Hong for help. Lu Hong shrugged helplessly. Wang Xiaojie looked at Lu Zheng again and whispered, "Big brother Jianghu, you are his cousin. He will certainly listen to you. Can you help me?" Good, he is indeed aware. Hearing this, Lu Zheng felt very comfortable. Since he's good, you can take him as your disciple. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Lu Zheng's face stiffened. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone a little kid? Wasn't this looking for trouble? Lu Zheng coughed, touched Wang Xiaojie's head and said with a meaningful smile, "Child, ordinary is bliss, understand?" "No." Wang Xiaojie shook his head. "Then come to me when you understand," Lu Zheng said. Wang Xiaojie said, "You mean if I can understand the meaning of this sentence, you will take me as your disciple?" Kind of. Lu Zheng nodded perfunctorily. But Wang Xiaojie took it seriously. He lowered his little head and pondered alone. Lu Zheng glanced at Wang Xiaojie and couldn't help but frown. "Anything else?" At this time, Master Shin asked. Dan Wangkai glanced at the crowd around, focused on Wang Xiaojie and Wang Jin, looked up at Master Shin, shook his head and said with a smile, "No." At this time, there were more than 1,000 children gathered around Dan Wangkai and Master Shin. Master Shin said with a smile, "Well, everyone line up." The group of children was immediately divided into 10 teams, with more than 100 people in each team, neatly arranged around the ancestral grave. "Very good." Master Shin nodded with a gratified smile. He waved his old hand and 10 streamers flew out of his sleeves and suspended in front of the children. These were 10 spirit stones specially used to test the spiritual power. Master Shin said, "I think everyone knows the rules, now let's start the test." "Test one by one, don't worry," Dan Wangkai said with a smile to the children. The 10 children standing at the front immediately went up, put their hands on the spirit stones and closed their eyes to meditate. Bus. 3 of the spirit stones vibrated. In the end, a total of 3 vibrations, which meant that the 3 children all had level 3 spiritual power. Unqualified. Next batch. Dan Wangkai waved his hand. The 10 children suddenly retreated to the side in disappointment, and the second batch of children came up. Among this batch of children, there were 4 who had level 3 spiritual power. Of course, they were also unqualified. And among the third batch of children, there were 2 who had level 4 spiritual power. Amazing. Qin Feiyang secretly muttered. He remembered that the population of Iron Ox Town was not small, but people who reached level 3 spiritual power were very rare. Could even be said that they were 1 in 100. As for level 4 spiritual power, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were 1 in 1,000. And now, only the third batch of children was tested. In other words, a total of 30 people were tested, and there were 7 who had level 3 spiritual power and 2 who had level 4 spiritual power. The people in this village were too incredible. However, to his surprise, Dan Wangkai announced that they were unqualified. "What do you mean? Level 4 spiritual power is not qualified?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said to Dan Wangkai, "What level of spiritual power do you need to be qualified?" "Level 10. Dan Wangkai secretly said. "Level 10? Isn't this higher than the requirements of temple and pill pagoda?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. As an alchemist, he knew too much about spiritual power. Level 10 spiritual power was almost 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to think of something and secretly said, "No, how do you know so clearly? I remember that the village chief and his son didn't seem to say this before they died, right?" Dan Wangkai smiled and said, "I beat around the bush and learned it from the villagers." "They know about spiritual power?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not to mention spiritual power, they don't even know what this spiritual stone is. Because Master Shin has never explained it. But they can describe it. When I heard them describe the shape and color of the spiritual stone, I knew it was a spiritual stone. And they can observe that every time the spiritual stone trembles 10 times, it will be taken away by Master Shin. So I judged that only level 10 spiritual power is qualified. Dan Wangkai smiled and said. He was also the #1 alchemist in Qinghai. Naturally, he was quite familiar with spiritual stones. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "It seems that you and Viper haven't been idle in the village in the past 4 months." It could be said that it was both easy and difficult to find out about these things. Why did he say so? Because Dan Wangkai and Viper's current identities were the village chief and his son. And the dead village chief and his son must be quite clear about these rules. So, when the 2 of them inquired about these things, they certainly couldn't ask directly. They had to beat around the bush, Otherwise, it would arouse the doubts of the villagers. During the conversation, the fifth batch of children had been tested. In the middle there were 2 level 5 spiritual power. Level 5 spiritual power in Kyushu's 18 counties was considered a good qualification. Time passed by breath. When the 8th batch of children was tested, there were 2 level 8 spiritual power. The people in this village have amazing talent. Qin Feiyang sighed. Level 8 spiritual power in the whole Great Qin Empire can be regarded as the best. After a while, more than 1,000 children finally finished the test, but no one passed. The highest was a girl, 13 years old, level 9 spiritual power. This time it's not good. The smile on Master Shin's face disappeared. As a 5-star combat emperor, he certainly knew how rare a person with level 10 spiritual power was. But in the past, 1 or 2 could be found every time. But this year there was none. He looked at the girl with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly he reached out and said, "Come here. Immortal Grandpa." The girl ran over and shouted kindly. "What's your name?" Master Shin asked with a smile. The girl said, "My name is Wang Lin." Master Shin asked, "Do you want to go to the Immortal Sect?" "Can I?" Wang Lin looked at Master Shin in amazement. "Of course." Master Shin nodded. He had no choice. He came all the way here, he couldn't go back empty-handed, right? So he could only settle for the second best. "I want to go." "Thank you, Immortal Grandpa." Wang Lin jumped up and down happily. Her family and parents were also overjoyed. The other children looked at her enviously, but they didn't give up. There was still fighting spirit in their eyes. Master Shin rubbed Wang Lin's head and said with a smile, "You stand at the back." Okay. The girl was still young. She was so happy that she forgot about her duties. She bounced and skipped behind Master Shin. Master Shin looked at the children in front of him and said with a smile, "Next, we will conduct the second test." "There is a second test?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The first test is spiritual power. The second test is potential. Because he not only wants to recruit alchemists, but also martial artists. Dan Wangkai secretly explained. "I see." Chapter 12:27. Dan Wangkai secretly said, "Under Master Shin's pressure, they can hold on for 3 breaths." What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Master Shin is a 5-star combat emperor, how terrifying is his pressure? Let these children who have no cultivation base hold on for 3 breaths? What kind of joke is this? Although 3 breaths is very short for these children, it is simply impossible. Moreover, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Dan Wangkai said, "He naturally can't use all of his pressure, just a little bit, but even a little bit, there are very few people who can withstand it." Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor's pressure is not a joke. If it is not controlled properly, these children will die on the spot. "Begin." Master Shin coldly shouted, and a wisp of Emperor's pressure emerged, rushing towards a group of children. Ah! As the Emperor's pressure enveloped them, most of the children immediately screamed and lay on the ground. After all, they are just mortals, how can they withstand the Emperor's pressure? The second breath. Almost all of them have fallen, only a dozen children are still tenaciously standing. But without exception their bodies are trembling, and their pores are spurting blood like a bloody person. What a powerful potential. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozen children, his eyes full of shock. To be able to hold on for 2 breaths under the Emperor's pressure, although it is only a wisp of Emperor's pressure, it is enough to show that their talent is extraordinary. Moreover, they are not worse than those so-called geniuses in the imperial capital. This village is not simple. If everyone knows how to cultivate, if there is no mysterious organization control, it is hard to imagine, after thousands of years of development, how strong will this village be. These are all geniuses and they are wasted like this. And, suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the children who have fallen, and a trace of surprise crawled up in his eyes. These children had already collapsed, so why did they still look like they were in pain? They screamed endlessly. Suddenly, murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes. It turns out that Master Shin's Emperor's pressure is still enveloping them. It is reasonable to say that these children who have fallen should not be oppressed anymore. Emperor's pressure can be controlled at will. Just like those children who had fallen down, as long as Master Shin's mind moved, the Emperor's might would no longer oppress them. But Immortal Crane didn't do that. He was treating his life like a game. No. To be exact, Master Shin simply didn't take those children who failed the selection seriously. In his eyes, if he wasn't chosen, then he had no value. It didn't matter if he died. "Mother, father, I'm in so much pain, please help me." Some of the children helplessly reached out to their parents. Their parents were also anxious, but no one said a word and no one stepped forward to help their children. This was all because of Master Shin. As long as Master Shin did not open his mouth, they would not dare to move. Suddenly, a particularly painful scream entered Qin Feiyang's ears. One of them was a 12-year-old boy who couldn't take it and exploded on the spot. Lu Hong could no longer sit still. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. Even if you're furious right now, you'd better hold it in. Qin Feiyang grabbed her and transmitted his voice. He was also very angry. But if he made a move now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Master Shin's lair. If he couldn't find Master Shin's lair, then this village would never be able to get rid of the control of that mysterious organization. They also couldn't stay here to protect everyone for a lifetime. Sooner or later they would leave. Therefore, although he was somewhat aggrieved right now for the sake of the overall situation, he had to endure. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. Master Shin restrained his emperor's aura. Fortunately, only 1 boy died. And there were only 7 boys left on the field. Child? A middle-aged couple ran in front of the dead youth and cried bitterly. Master Shin looked up and sighed. Regarding his death, this immortal is also very sad. But this is the test. I hope you can restrain your grief and accept it. It doesn't matter. The middle-aged couple lowered their heads and said. It's not that it doesn't matter, but they didn't dare to pursue the matter because the other party was an immortal, and they were just mortals. In front of an immortal, they could only put their sadness in their heart. Damn it. Lu Hong gnashed her teeth. It was obviously intentional murder, but he said it was a matter of course. How could there be such scum in the world? He really deserved to die 10,000 times. Master Shin withdrew his gaze, took out a wooden box from his bosom, threw it to Dan Wangkai and said with a smile, "This is for you." "Thank you, immortal." Dan Wangkai said gratefully. "That's all right, this immortal will take these 8 children away." After saying that, Master Shin took the 8 children, soared into the sky, and landed on the back of the white crane. Chirp. The white crane let out a long cry, flapped its wings and flew away like lightning. Respectfully sending off Master Shin. People once again kneeled on the ground to send him off. Lu Hong clenched her hands and said in a deep voice, he didn't even give them time to say goodbye. As a parent, which parent didn't love their children? Before taking those children away, shouldn't they also let them say goodbye to their parents? Taking them away like this was too heartless. At the same time, Dan Wangkai opened the wooden box and there was a Chengkuan bag inside. He took out the Chengkuan bag and his face immediately became gloomy. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's all blood evil pills, at least 10,000. "What? 10,000? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. 10,000 blood evil pills? What kind of concept was that? His eyes were full of killing intent. "You wait here." Whoosh. After saying that, he stepped on the ground, soared into the sky and chased after Master Shin. The villagers stared at Qin Feiyang's back, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What was going on? How could Jiang Fei fly in the sky like Master Shin? "Miss Lu, brother Jiang, is little brother Jiang Fei also an immortal?" The villagers looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng, and their faces were full of disbelief. Lu Hong sighed faintly and said, "Now that things have come to this, I have to tell you something. There are no immortals in this world and Master Shin is not an immortal." "Master Shin is not an immortal?" "Miss Lu, don't talk nonsense. If you offend an immortal, you will be punished by heaven." Everyone didn't believe it and they were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Hong. Lu Hong frowned. These people had been educated for thousands of years, and the idea of immortals had been deeply ingrained in their minds. It seemed impossible to make them accept this fact in a short time. Back to Qin Feiyang. He used the phantom steps, crossed the void and soon saw Master Shin. But because he hid his aura, Master Shin and the white crane didn't notice him and flew straight to the south. When passing over a mountain ridge, Master Shin seemed to feel something and turned around to look behind. Qin Feiyang immediately went to the castle. "Just now, I clearly felt that someone was following me. How could there be no one? Was it an illusion?" Glancing at the empty void, Master Shin frowned, but didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to move forward. Qin Feiyang also didn't appear again and drove the castle, following behind Master Shin. "These people are 2 bastards. Wait until we find their nest. We will definitely teach them a lesson." Fatso stood beside Qin Feiyang, looking at Master Shin in the picture in front of them, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that we want to teach them a lesson, we want to catch all of them in one fell swoop and leave no one alive." His cold voice was as bone-chilling as ice. On the back of the white crane, Wang Lin and the other 8 children were curiously overlooking the earth below. This was the first time in their lives that they were flying in the sky, and they were not mature mentally, so they felt that everything was very novel. Master Shen looked at them, and the corners of his mouth were pursed into a sneer. Suddenly, Wang Lin retracted her gaze, turned her head, and innocently looked at Master Shen and asked, "Grandpa Immortal, what are we going to do after we go to the Immortal sect?" The sneer on the corners of Master Shen's mouth suddenly disappeared, and he said with a kind smile, "After we go to the Immortal sect, of course, we will practice immortal techniques." "Are immortal techniques very strong?" The other 7 children also looked at Master Shen curiously. Master Shen said with a smile, "Then Grandpa Immortal will ask you first, is Grandpa Immortal powerful?" "Super powerful," a teenager said with a smile. Master Shen said, "After we go to the Immortal sect, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will be as powerful as Grandpa Immortal in the future." "Really?" the teenager asked excitedly. "Yes." Master Shen nodded. Seeing this, the small faces of the 8 children were full of yearning. "But after you go there, you have to be obedient. If you are not obedient, Grandpa Immortal will be angry." Master Shen said with a straight face. "We will be obedient." The 8 children raised their small hands and said in unison. Master Shen smiled, but a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. "When you go to that place, whether you are obedient or not, it will not be up to you." In the castle, Fatso frowned and said, "Why didn't he use the portal?" "Yes. Previously he rode the crane to show off. Now that he has finished showing off, why is he still riding the white crane? Could it be that their nest is not far from the village?" Wolf King was suspicious. "Can't you have some manners? You are always showing off, it is so unpleasant to hear." The double-winged snow eagle despised him. "Brother, did I say something wrong? He was just showing off in the first place. Otherwise, why would he not use the portal and insist on riding a crane here?" Wolf King said with disdain. "You know it in your heart, you don't have to say it out loud." The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Fatso said, "Fat Lord carefully calculated that their nest is not far from the village." "How did you calculate it?" Wolf King and the other beasts looked at him suspiciously. Fatso glanced at the beasts and said helplessly, "Of course I used my brain. Do you still need to ask? You are hopeless." Wolf King and the other beasts showed a look of disdain. The fatty said, "Don't doubt me. Just wait and see." However, before his voice died away, the white crane suddenly stopped. Master Shen waved his hand and took Wang Lin and the others off the back of the white crane. Then a portal was opened. Fatso was stunned. "Haha, you are slapped in the face." Wolf King and the other beasts suddenly laughed. The fatty angrily glared at Master Shen and cursed in his heart, "This old fart, don't you think there is a limit to how pretentious you can be? After flying for so long he opened the portal, he must be out of his mind." "Grandpa Immortal, what is this?" "Outside." Wang Lin and the other children looked at the portal in surprise. "You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will slowly understand in the future," Crane Immortal said. Then he led the 8 people into the portal. The white crane also turned into the size of a palm and flew in. "What should we do?" Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang. "Are you stupid? Don't you know that the castle can be moved now? Not to mention the portal, even if it is a portal we can follow in secretly." Wolf King gave him a supercilious look. "Yes. The castle changed too suddenly, I haven't adapted to it yet, please excuse me." Fatso rubbed his head and was quite embarrassed. "Can you shut up?" Qin Feiyang's head was about to explode. Along the way he heard them quarreling here and there. Wasn't it annoying? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was annoyed, everyone finally stopped. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle into the teleportation gate. The next moment, an abyss canyon appeared in the picture. The canyon was more than 10 miles wide, and both sides extended to the end of the world. Clouds and mist rose inside, as if they had come to a sea of clouds. Master Shen was standing above the canyon at this moment, pointing to the abyss canyon below, and said to the 8 children with a smile, "Our gate of immortality is below the clouds and mist." "Wow! What a big canyon!" The 8 children were amazed. Wang Lin said, "Grandpa Immortal, why do I feel that this place is not far from the village?" "That's because there is a portal. We are going to enter the gate of immortality, are you all ready?" Master Shen asked. The 8 children nodded, their eyes full of expectation. "Let's go." Chapter 12:28. Shua. Right after Master Shen left, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared in the sky above the canyon. "Where is this place?" The white-eyed wolf glanced around, eyes full of suspicion. On both sides of the canyon were mountain ranges that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were layers upon layers of mountains and ancient trees that towered into the sky. The aura of berserk beasts filled every corner of the mountain range. Moreover, all of them were emperor beasts. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Great Qin Empire was huge and there were many places he had never heard of. However, this was not important. The important thing was that they had found the headquarters of the mysterious organization. Get ready to go down, Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf nodded, turned into a palm-sized wolf, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the canyon. Clouds and mist lingered in the canyon, comparable to a fairyland. However, the air was filled with a cold current. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold current was. A layer of frost had already appeared on Qin Feiyang's eyebrows and hair. After a dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang flew out of the clouds and mist, and his eyes lit up. Below him was an ice canyon. The entire canyon was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. White mist rose and the cold air was threatening. There they are. The Wolf King pointed at a certain place below. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw an ice mountain towering in the canyon. It was more than 300 meters high. Master Shen and the 8 children were standing on the peak of the ice mountain. The temperature here for Master Shen was nothing. However, the 8 children were shivering from the cold, their small faces pale. Opposite Master Shen, there was a black-clothed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, full of energy. He glanced at Wang Lin and the others, then looked at Master Shen and asked with a smile, "How many alchemists did you bring back this time?" "Not this time. I only brought back one and she only has a level 9 mental power. That's her." After Master Shen finished speaking, he pointed to Wang Lin. "Level 9 mental power?" The black-clothed old man frowned. There was a finger-long scar on his forehead. At this moment he was frowning and looked somewhat sinister, scaring the 8 children. Master Shen said with a smile, "Although it is only 9th rank spiritual power, it is still better than nothing." "That's true." The old man in black nodded and said, "Then bring them to see the Valley Master." "Yes." Master Shen waved his hand, rolled up the 8 people and soared into the sky. The black-robed elder raised his head and looked at the void above. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Qin Feiyang sized up the black-clothed elder and transmitted a message. "This person's cultivation is also very strong. According to my judgment, he should be an 8-star combat emperor." TSK. I bumped into an 8-star combat emperor the moment I arrived. How terrifying is this place? White-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Master Shen. A cold light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He took a step forward and silently followed Master Shen. On the way, he encountered another 5 ice peaks. On top of the 5 ice peaks, there was also an old man in black sitting cross-legged. His cultivation was also an 8-star combat emperor. In other words, at present they had already encountered 6 8-star combat emperors. It was really hard to believe. How many experts were hidden in this ice valley? And the existence of these people must be because they were worried that someone would sneak into the ice valley and stand guard. About 500 breaths passed. An ancient square entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The square was a few hundred feet wide, covered with ice and snow. In front of the entrance of the square, there was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. Master Shen brought the 8 children and landed on the square. The old man in black opened his eyes, looked at Master Shen and said expressionlessly, "You're back." He looked a little cold. Master Shen nodded. The old man in black looked at Wang Lin and the others. He raised his hand and pressed the ground beside him. Kacha. The ice broke and a stone brick caved in. Immediately after, the ground in the center of the square cracked, and then slowly moved to both sides. Soon after, a stone staircase appeared. The stone staircase was more than 4 meters wide, emitting an ancient aura, leading to the underground. "Go in," the old man in black said. "Thank you for your trouble." Master Shen cupped his hands and led Wang Lin and the others down the stone staircase. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly followed in. The stone staircase was very long. After walking for dozens of breaths, they still couldn't see the end. There was no one standing guard here. Except for the footsteps of Master Shen, Wang Lin and the others, it was dead silent. Another 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw the end. However, through the exit at the end of the tunnel, he saw a magnificent mountain range. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. One must know. Now that they were deep underground, how could there be mountains and rivers under the ground? The exit was getting closer and closer. But the scenery outside didn't change at all. And as the distance got closer, the field of vision gradually widened, and they could see more and more things. There was earth, mountains, rivers, birds and beasts, and even the sun. What exactly is this place? A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the exit and looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. This was spectacular. The mountains and rivers were boundless. The grass and trees were lush and green. The rivers were surging and the beasts were roaring. This was simply a real world. Wolf King was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He never expected that there was such a mysterious underground world under the Ice Valley. Grandpa Immortal, is this the Immortal Gate? Master Shen and Wang Lin were standing next to Qin Feiyang at this moment, but they didn't notice it at all. Glancing at the vast mountain in front of them, Wang Lin and the others were full of surprise. Yes. This is our Immortal Gate. Master Shen nodded. Amazing. It was freezing outside just now, but there is no ice and snow here. The teenager was amazed. Master Shen smiled and took the 8 people to the sky and flew toward the depths of the mountain. Qin Feiyang quickly followed. Along the way they encountered a lot of beasts and the lowest was a holy beast. Emperor beasts could be seen everywhere. This place is even more terrible than the inland sea of Qinghai. Wolf King transmitted his voice and his eyes were extremely solemn. It seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of this mysterious organization. Qin Feiyang didn't care. As long as there were no fake gods, no matter how many war emperors and beasts there were, it was nothing to worry about. As for the fake gods, they were the peak existences of this world. Looking at the entire Great Qin Empire, there were only a few of them. Although this place was quite mysterious at present, he didn't sense the aura of the fake gods. So, they went hundreds of miles deep into the mountain. A strange mountain range gradually came into sight. Those giant peaks were like swords, towering into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. The mountain ridges were like giant dragons, with a majestic aura that stretched for millions of miles. As soon as they arrived here, Qin Feiyang immediately sensed a powerful emperor aura. He looked at them one by one and saw that those giant peaks and mountain ranges had countless large and small cave residences. But the difference was, the aura emitted from the cave residences of the giant peaks were all war emperors. And in those mountain residences, there were strong and weak auras. War king, war emperor, war master, war saint, etc. In other words, the lowest cultivation level of the people here was the war king. Warriors, martial masters, they couldn't be found at all. However, among these auras he could sense a bloody aura that he hated. This bloody aura came from the blood demon pill. There was no suspense. These people were all taking the blood demon pill. How many people here are from Wang Xiaojie's village? Wolf King muttered. The village has existed for thousands of years. I estimate that more than half of the people here are from that village. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Wolf King suddenly frowned and said to himself, "Have you noticed that there's something unusual about that village?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wolf King said, "Don't you think so? Almost all the children in that village are cultivation geniuses." "So that's what you're talking about." Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. "Actually, I also noticed it. I think there must be some reason behind it. Could it be related to the ancestral tomb?" Wolf King thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Ancestral tomb?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't say it's really possible. We're almost there." At this time, Master Shen's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Master Shen. He saw Master Shen leading Wang Lin and the other 8 people toward a particularly majestic giant peak. That giant peak was more than 10,000 feet high, towering into the sky. On the top of that mountain, clouds and mist were lingering and white cranes were flying. At first glance, it really looked like a fairyland. Qin Feiyang followed Master Shen and flew to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was flat as if it was cut by a giant axe. In the center of the mountain there was a huge palace. The palace covered an area of more than 10,000 feet. It was dark all over and every brick and tile exuded an ancient aura. Swish! Master Shen led Wang Lin and the other 8 people and landed on the square in front of the palace. There was no one in the square. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ground was covered with black stone bricks, and there were traces of time everywhere. "Greetings, Valley Master." Master Shen knelt on one knee, looking at the closed palace door with a respectful look. Seeing Wang Lin and the other 8 people curiously looking at the palace, Master Shen raised his eyebrows and whispered, You guys also kneel down. Yes. The 8 people responded and also knelt on the ground to kowtow. Boom. The door slowly opened. A powerful aura gushed out from the door and oppressed Master Shen and the other 8 people. Master Shen's eyes trembled and his expression became more respectful. This aura was actually not deliberately released for the sake of intimidating Master Shen and Wang Lin's group of 8. It was naturally released. It was precisely because of this that Qin Feiyang was able to sense a bloody aura of hatred within this aura. Obviously, the owner of this aura was also taking the blood evil pill. 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and coldly looked at the palace door. The Valley Master should be the owner of this place. He was looking forward to finding out who this so-called Valley Master was. Bring them in. Suddenly, a loud voice came out from the palace, somewhat deafening. Yes. Master Shen respectfully responded, got up and led Wang Lin and the other 8 people toward the palace door. Chapter 1229. The inside of the palace was very big, but there were no tables or chairs and no decorations. There was only a wide chair placed in the center, which looked very empty. The chair was dark and made of a kind of jade. On the back of the chair, there was a black dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws lifelike. The armrests on both sides were also inlaid with 2 dragon heads. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting on the chair. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was wearing a black robe, which wrapped his whole body, and a silver-white mask on his face, covering half of his face. Although his appearance and expression could not be seen, his eyes were extremely cold and fierce. Obviously he was not a good person. Lord Valley Master, the people have been brought back. An alchemist, 9th level spiritual power, and 7 martial arts geniuses. Master Shen walked into the main hall, stood more than 10 meters away from the Valley Master and bowed. The Valley Master looked at Wang Lin and the others. That cold gaze was like the edge of a blade, pressing down on the 8 people until they couldn't breathe. A moment later, the Valley Master withdrew his gaze and looked at Master Shen, 9th level spiritual power, although it is rare, but in the future her achievements in alchemy will not be too high, so there is no need to waste resources. Master Shen asked, Lord, what do you mean? A murderous look flashed in his old eyes. The Valley Master shook his head and said, since she has 9th level spiritual power, her cultivation talent must be extraordinary. It's a pity to kill her. Let her concentrate on martial arts like the others. Understood. Master Shen nodded. Even a level 9 mind power is nothing in his eyes. He's too arrogant. White-eyed Wolf muttered, his fierce eyes flashing with cold light. At the same time, the Valley Master waved his hand, and a terrible force rushed to Wang Lin and the others. The small faces of the 8 people suddenly showed a painful look. No matter how painful it is, you have to endure it, don't cry out. Master Shen said. The 8 people gritted their teeth and their faces were pale. What is he going to do? Wolf King was surprised. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head, took out the image crystal and recorded this scene. He didn't know, but it didn't mean that others didn't know. For example, Lu Zheng. Born in an ancient family, he must know more than them. Ah! One of the youths couldn't help but scream. At the same time, a drop of blood floated out from their bodies. Seeing the 8 drops of blood, the Valley Master's eyes narrowed and he placed his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. The next moment, the 8 drops of blood turned into 8 blood-red marks. Then they turned into streams of light and entered the Valley Master's head. Who? The Valley Master exhaled deeply. With a wave of his hand, the magnificent force surrounding Wang Lin and the others disappeared. The 8 of them immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Bring them there. If they can't break through to the Battle Emperor realm within 2 years, just kill them like before. Valley Master said indifferently. Get rid of it. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Dealing with him was tantamount to executing him. How could he say such cruel words so easily? He was too heartless. He viewed human lives as worthless. Wasn't he a human? Yes. However, Master Shen was used to it. He turned around and rolled up Wang Lin and the other 8 people. Then he rushed out of the palace and continued to fly towards the depths of the mountain range. What should we do? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at the Valley Master, put away the image crystal and secretly said, let's follow them and see where Master Shen will send them. After that, he turned around and rushed out of the palace. The palace gate slowly closed. A moment later, Qin Feiyang followed Master Shen and came to the sky above a jungle. The jungle was more than 10 miles in diameter, and there were ferocious beasts everywhere. However, the ferocious beasts here were not strong. They were generally martial artists, martial masters and martial grandmasters. Whoosh. Master Shin took Wang Lin and the other 8 people and landed in the center of the jungle. Grandpa Immortal, where is this? The group of children glanced around, their faces full of panic. Now that you have entered the Immortal sect, you naturally have to start cultivating. And this forest will be the first stop on your path of cultivation. You have to come out of this jungle within 2 months. During this period, no matter if you encounter ferocious beasts or danger, I will not save you. Simply speaking, from this moment on, you have to experience fighting, despair, and pain that you have never experienced before. If you want to live, you have to work hard. After Master Shin finished speaking, he took out hundreds of elixirs from his Chengkuan bag and threw them on the ground in front of the 8 people, saying, "This is for you. It is called Gathering Chi Pill. It can help you gather chi and step into the path of cultivation." After that, Master Shin turned around and left without looking back, leaving Wang Lin and the other 8 people in a daze. They were completely confused. Ferocious beasts, cultivation, fighting. In the past they had never experienced these things and had no experience at all. Now all of this suddenly happened, they simply could not adapt to it and could not understand it. Wasn't this the Immortal sect? Shouldn't the Immortal sect be peaceful and peaceful? But why did they have to fight? Because they were still young and innocent children, and knew nothing about the path of cultivation, so they did not understand. Looking at all this, Wolf King clenched his claws and said in a deep voice, "This is letting them fend for themselves." In their minds, the Immortal sect is carefree, without desires or demands, but now, hearing this cruel reality, they don't know how helpless they are in their hearts. Qin Feiyang sighed. Help them. With their current psychological quality and combat experience, the hope of walking out alive is too slim. Wolf King said. One must know. The diameter of this jungle was more than 10 miles, and the radius was about 7 or 8 miles. Such a long journey, even if there was no burden, it would take a long time to walk, not to mention that the jungle was full of ferocious beasts. For these children, this was a grave of death. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, he appeared in front of the group of children. Well, Brother Jiang Fei. Why are you here? Brother Jiang Fei, can you help us? This place is so strange. It's said to be an immortal sect, but it's so different from what we imagined. We want to go home. Brother Jiang Fei, can you take us home? These children were helpless, so when they saw Qin Feiyang appear, they immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and kept chattering. Okay, brother, we'll take you home. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground, rubbed their little heads and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. If he didn't come this time, he didn't know what these children would have experienced. I still have something to do now, so I'll take you to a place first. Remember, don't make trouble there. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Brother, don't worry, we will be honest. A youth grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking innocent and lively. Qin Feiyang rubbed the youth's head, scratched his head and looked at Wolf King and said, We might fight with them later. For your safety, you'd better go to the castle as well. Don't you despise me for being a burden now? Wolf King snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wolf King and the 8 children to the castle. Just as Qin Feiyang sent Wang Lin and the others to the castle, in the palace hundreds of miles away, the Valley Master was resting with his eyes closed. But suddenly he opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with surprise. Following that, he suddenly stood up, opened a teleportation door and walked in. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the forest. He lowered his head and scanned the area below. He immediately saw Qin Feiyang. Who are you? The Valley Master roared, and the pressure of the 9-star War Emperor rushed towards Qin Feiyang. How could I be discovered? Qin Feiyang was surprised and did not dare to hesitate. Without looking back, he drilled into a patch of grass. The grass was as deep as a person and could cover his tracks. Still want to run? The Valley Master was furious and chased down like lightning. However, when he landed on top of that patch of grass, Qin Feiyang was already nowhere to be seen. Bastard! The Valley Master was furious. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying battle chi rushed out in all directions. The flowers, trees and fierce beasts in the entire forest were instantly turned into ashes, leaving only a bare land. But looking around, he still couldn't find Qin Feiyang. Swish! At this time, Master Shin heard the news and rushed over. Looking at the scene below, his old face was full of surprise. Then he fell behind the Valley Master and asked, My lord, what's going on? I should be the one asking you this question. The Valley Master turned around and stared at Master Shen with cold eyes. Ask me? Master Shen's face was full of astonishment. The Valley Master said, just now those teenagers suddenly disappeared. Impossible. They are just mortals, how could they suddenly disappear? Master Shen shook his head. Would I lie to you? Just now when I rushed over, I saw a man standing here. Tell me, why would someone sneak in here? The Valley Master said in a deep voice. A man? Master Shen was surprised and asked, what does he look like? The Valley Master said, at that time he lowered his head and turned his back to me, so I didn't see his face, but his back was very strange. I have never seen him before. Master Shen was stunned. Someone actually sneaked in? As soon as you left, this person saved those children. He must have sneaked in today. And today only you left. Tell me, did you bring this person in? The Valley Master said gloomily, his eyes flashing with killing intent. My lord, I didn't. Master Shen quickly knelt on the ground and cried anxiously. You didn't? There is only one entrance here, not only is it guarded, but there are also traps. If no one helped him, how could he sneak in? The Valley Master shouted. I am innocent. My life is in the hands of my lord, how could I dare to betray my lord? My lord, please investigate. Master Shen kowtowed again and again. The Valley Master stared at Master Shen and didn't say anything. But if you take off the mask, you will find that at the moment, his face is uncertain. I don't think you have the guts. After a while, the Valley Master said coldly and asked, when you went to the village, did you find anything suspicious? Or when you came back, did anyone follow you? Master Shen breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment and said, everything in the village is normal, I didn't find anything suspicious. As for following me, it is even more impossible. Because I came back through the portal, even if someone followed me, it is impossible to follow me here. After saying that, Master Shen added, moreover, there are elders guarding the ice valley outside. Unless this person knows invisibility, it is impossible to sneak in without anyone knowing. Then how did he get in? Chapter 1230. Lord, is there such a possibility? In fact, no one sneaked in. It's our own people who secretly played tricks? Master Crane said. Who has the guts? The Valley Master shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Master Crane nodded repeatedly, cold sweat flowing down. The Valley Master said in a deep voice, go and block the entrance immediately and then take people to find him. You must find him for me. Yes. Master Shen replied respectfully. Then he turned around and left. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the Valley Master on the screen, his brows tightly knitted together. He really couldn't figure out how this person found him? At that time he didn't release any aura and just saved Wang Lin and the others. Saved Wang Lin and the others? Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Wang Lin and the others. The 8 of them were looking at the castle and Wolf King and the other beasts curiously. It seems that it's because of them. Qin Feiyang muttered and took out the image crystal. After a while, Lu Zheng's shadow appeared. He stood alone in a simple room, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what are you doing? Help me see what this is. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the previously recorded image swept out from the image crystal and slowly unfolded in the void. Seeing the Valley Master extracting the blood of Wang Lin and the others and turning them into 8 marks, Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Do you know what he is doing? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Zheng nodded. Tell me quickly. Qin Feiyang was refreshed. Lu Zheng said, as far as I know, this is a secret technique. Secret technique? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. This secret technique is similar to your enslavement seal. It can control others. But the difference is that your enslavement seal controls the souls of others, while this secret technique controls the power of others' bloodline. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He didn't expect that the Valley Master had mastered such a terrible secret technique. No wonder Master Shen said before that he didn't dare to betray the Valley Master. Presumably, Master Shen was also controlled by the Valley Master. Qin Feiyang asked, then what is this secret technique called? Blood Soul Technique. Lu Zheng paused between each word, then continued, to be honest, my Lu family also possesses this kind of secret technique. Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't misunderstand. Although I can't see the true appearance of that Valley Master, I can be certain that he is not a member of my Lu family. Because my Lu clan would never do such a thing. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing that the Lu family also had this kind of secret technique, He was really worried that this Valley Master was from the Lu family. According to legend, the Blood Soul technique was created by a demon ancestor many years ago. He used the Blood Soul technique to enslave a large number of experts and commit crimes. But there is a good saying that evil has its retribution, and good has its reward. The behavior of the demon ancestor finally angered the two gods of war. They joined forces to set up a killing trap and finally killed the demon ancestor. And this Blood Soul technique was also lost. Lu Jing said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then where did your Lu family get the Blood Soul technique?" The demon ancestor had a mount. This mount also mastered the Blood Soul technique. In order to avenge its master, it committed crimes everywhere and captured humans. And the people it captured were all overlords who dominated a region at that time. And its strength was comparable to that of the demon ancestor. But in the end, after several days and nights of bloody battle, it also died at the hands of the two gods of war. Its divine body was cut into 8 pieces and sealed in various places. But before it died, it passed on the Blood Soul technique to those who were under its control at that time. Lu Jing said. Why did it do that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because it was unwilling and wanted to cause chaos in the world. A person's desire is endless. Once they master this secret technique, they will definitely stir up trouble. Sure enough, not long after the death of the demon ancestor and its mount, those who obtained the Blood Soul technique began to do evil. Although they were later killed by the two gods of war, the Blood Soul technique was passed down by someone with intentions. And our Lu family's Blood Soul technique was obtained at that time. Lu Jing said. How long ago did this happen? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Jing said, about more than 10,000 years ago. Damn, more than 10,000 years ago? Then, doesn't that mean your Lu family has existed for more than 10,000 years? Fatso was dumbfounded. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the current emperor is so afraid of us? Lu Jing smiled proudly. It's really an ancient family. Fatso murmured. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jing and said, so, anyone can have the Blood Soul technique? Yes. Lu Jing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, after being controlled by the Blood Soul technique, can you peek into the other party's inner thoughts like the slave seal? That won't work. The Blood Soul technique is to control the other party's bloodline power. You also know how important the bloodline power is to us cultivators. Once the bloodline power is destroyed, it is equivalent to being a cripple. And the secret of the Blood Soul technique is to destroy the other party's bloodline power with a thought. Of course. Although the Blood Soul technique can't peek into the other party's inner thoughts, it can sense the other party's location, no matter how far away. Lu Jing said. Sure enough, it has something to do with them. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Lin and the others. At that time, it must be the Valley Master who sensed the disappearance of Wang Lin and the others and rushed to the jungle. Qin Feiyang asked, then what should we do to get rid of the Blood Soul technique? There are 2 ways. First, destroy the bloodline power yourself. Second, kill the Valley Master, and the Blood Soul technique will naturally be removed. Lu Jing said. Qin Feiyang said, you mean as long as the Valley Master is killed, all the people under control will be freed? Yes. Lu Jing nodded. I see. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing asked curiously, what did you find over there? It's a very interesting place. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he did not explain and turned off the image crystal. Fatso glanced at Wang Lin and the others and whispered, although the Blood Soul technique can destroy their bloodline power, it seems that the castle can block the control of the Blood Soul technique. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the castle couldn't block the control of the Blood Soul technique, then the Valley Master should have sensed the location of Wang Lin and the others. Furthermore, he must have crippled the bloodline power of the 8 of them. Then what should we do next? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, I don't take the Valley Master seriously. The only thing that worries me is whether there are any false gods here. So what we need to do now is to find out the background of this mysterious organization. How can there be so many false gods in the world? You think too much. Fatso said. What if there is? So, it's better to be careful. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left the castle alone. The jungle had disappeared and it was bare. Qin Feiyang glanced around, hid his aura and rushed deeper into the mountain range. For the next day he wandered in the mountain range. Except for the powerful beasts, he didn't find any false god aura. As for Master Shin, he met him several times and he led people to look for him everywhere. But every time he easily avoided him. The next morning, Qin Feiyang entered the castle, looked at Fatso and said, how is it? Is it 10 days? Fatso took out a book, looked down and said, "No more, no less, exactly 10 days. That's right, only 1 day has passed outside." Qin Feiyang laughed. This? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh happily. "I'm going to start my closed-door training even if the sky falls, don't call me brother." Wolf King immediately lay down in a corner, took out a lot of battle chi pills and began to cultivate. 1 day outside is 10 days inside. In other words, 1 day outside Qin Feiyang is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. What a good opportunity this is. I must take this opportunity to catch up with this guy. Oh, it's surpassing. It secretly swore in its heart. Black Dragon Snake, Mountain Pangolin, Winged Snow Eagle, Ghost Snake Emperor, and Flood Dragon all immediately started their closed-door training. They had the same idea. "Boss, should I go into closed-door training too?" Looking at Wolf King and the other beasts, Fatso's heart was also restless. "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang pointed to Wang Lin and the others and said, "Help them gather chi first and teach them how to cultivate." Wang Lin and the others were still mortals, so now they were all lying on the ground and sleeping. "Why should I?" Fatso was dissatisfied. In terms of cultivation, Wolf King and Winged Snow Eagle were stronger than him, they should be the ones to teach. Unfair. Biased. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, left the castle alone and continued to rush deeper. But this underground world was too big, he walked for a day and a night, but he still couldn't see the end. So he gave up. Opening the teleportation door and concealment technique, he returned to the square outside the palace. Looking at the closed palace door, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, it would be better to wait for the exhausted Valley Master to finish him off. As long as the Valley Master died, the Blood Soul technique would be broken, and the others would no longer be a threat. Because no matter who it was, they all yearned for freedom. As long as the Valley Master died, without the restriction of the Blood Soul technique, the people here would definitely not continue to be loyal to this mysterious organization. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and walked toward the palace step by step. 10 breaths later. He came to the front of the palace door, and through the window he could vaguely see that the Valley Master was sitting alone on the dragon head throne with his head lowered, thinking about something. Whoosh. He entered the castle, then steered the castle and sneaked in through the gap of the door. It could be said that there was basically no place in the castle that he couldn't enter, unless it was a completely sealed secret room. Success or failure depends on this. Qin Feiyang looked at the Valley Master in the image and his eyes flashed slightly. He took out the Chang Shui, restrained his aura to the extreme, and left the castle, appearing beside the Valley Master. The Valley Master still had his head lowered and didn't notice at all. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to let his guard down, after all, the other party was a 9-star combat emperor. He stared at the Valley Master and slowly raised the Chang Shui. Suddenly. Chapter 1231. This blade accurately pierced into the Valley Master's sea of consciousness. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "Damn it, who is it?" the Valley Master roared and suddenly stood up. A terrifying emperor's aura roared out. Boom. Kacha. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the entire palace instantly collapsed and turned into ashes. When the Valley Master roared, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to pull out the Chang Shui and entered the castle. Then, he stared at the Valley Master in the image. The Valley Master was furious, blood spurting out from his head. He glanced around the void and his whole body was filled with hostility. But suddenly, his body went soft and fell to the ground. His aura and life fluctuations quickly dissipated. He's finally dead. Fatso next to him smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Feiyang frowned and murmured, "It seems to be too smooth. Castle, Chang Shui, concealment art, we used all of them. If it's still not smooth, then it's really not right." Fatso said indifferently. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang murmured. But why did he feel uneasy looking at the Valley Master's body? This was a premonition of crisis. And in the past, his premonition had never been wrong. Whoosh. Figures broke through the air and landed on the top of the mountain. These people were men and women, old and young, but without exception they were all war emperors. Among them was Master Shen. What's going on? Looking at the destroyed palace, the group of people's faces were full of surprise. "Look, the Valley Master is there." Suddenly, someone shouted. "Master seems to be injured. Let's go and take a look." The crowd rushed forward, and when they saw the fatal wound on the Valley Master's head, their hair stood on end. "Master." Master Shen squatted on the ground and shook the Valley Master's body hard, but there was no response for a long time. "This?" Master Shen looked at the Valley Master in shock, then slowly turned his head and looked at the crowd behind him. He said in disbelief, "The Valley Master seems to be dead." "What? Is he dead?" Everyone's eyes were trembling. They didn't know if it was because they were frightened or happy. A black-robed old woman said, "Confirm it again." Master Shen nodded and extended his finger towards the Valley Master's nostrils. He was not breathing. Immediately after, he grabbed the Valley Master's wrist again, but there was no pulse. In the end, he then placed his hand on the Valley Master's chest, but there was no heartbeat. There was no breathing, no pulse, and no heartbeat. Didn't that mean that he was dead? Master Shin turned his head to look at the crowd, nodded and said, "He is really dead." "Dead?" Everyone fell silent and the place fell into a deathly silence. "Ha! He's finally dead. We are free. We are free. All these years of suffering are finally over." Not long after, everyone present raised their heads to the sky and laughed loudly, crying tears of joy. "What? Valley Master is dead? Haha, it's good that she died. Good and evil will be rewarded. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. This damn devil should go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated." As soon as the news spread, the entire underground world was boiling. Some people looked up to the sky and laughed. Some people cried silently. Some people fell to the ground and cried bitterly. But without exception, there was a trace of relief on their faces. After suffering, they could see the light of day again. It was not an exaggeration to use this sentence to describe their mood at the moment. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd on the screen and murmured, "He is really dead. Seems that I worried too much." The Valley Master was indeed dead. What about these people? After all, they are all taking the blood evil pill. Fatso said. Master Shin must be eliminated. As for the others, Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "Let's see the situation first." After saying that, he flashed and appeared beside the Valley Master. "Who is it?" The people on the top of the mountain were shocked and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Master Shin's face was also full of surprise. At that time in the village, because there were too many people and Qin Feiyang was silent in the crowd, he did not notice Qin Feiyang. "Don't you know me?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Should we know you?" The black-robed old woman asked. The others were also puzzled. "Strange. You are all war emperors but you don't know me?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Could it be that the people here, like the people in the village, had never left here? "Who are you? Is there something wrong with you? You ask us if we know you. Are you famous?" A few old men shouted impatiently. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. It seemed that these people really did not know him at all. Suddenly, Master Shin stared at Qin Feiyang and said in bewilderment, "Valley Master couldn't have been killed by you, right?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Yes, I killed him," Qin Feiyang said. "How is that possible? What is your cultivation? How could you kill the Valley Master?" Everyone looked extremely surprised. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "My cultivation is not important. What is important is that now you have regained your freedom." "Is that so?" However, as soon as he said that, a sneer sounded. Whoosh. Following that, a man in white came from afar and landed on the top of the mountain. Second Valley Master. Master Shin and the others' pupils shrank and they seemed to be quite afraid. Qin Feiyang also looked up at the man in white and his face suddenly sank. This second Valley Master was about 1.8 meters tall and looked middle-aged. His tall and straight body was like a sword, sharp and threatening. And his aura was even more unfathomable. The second Valley Master glanced at Master Shen and the others and said indifferently, "Do you really think you have regained your freedom?" However, there were so many people but no one dared to speak. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the man in white. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Valley Master was already dead. What were these people afraid of? Could it be that they were not only controlled by the Valley Master but also by this person? The second Valley Master smiled contemptuously and turned to Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, "You can actually sneak here. You are really powerful, Qin Feiyang." "You know me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The second Valley Master said with a smile, "The son of the current emperor. His prestige shook the great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. He has several divine arts and is known as a peerless monster that only appears once in 10,000 years. It is hard for me not to know you." Divine arts. Master Shin and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. They didn't know Qin Feiyang but they knew about the divine arts. The divine arts had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the most powerful means of the gods. After living for so many years, they had never seen a divine art. But they didn't expect that this guy not only had it, but also several divine arts. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and looked at the Second Valley Master. He said in a deep voice, "You even know about the Forgotten Continent. Who are you? Who is the person behind you?" The Second Valley Master laughed and said, "These are not important. What is important is that you will die here today." "Really?" Qin Feiyang slightly narrowed his eyes. "Yes." The Second Valley Master nodded and looked at Master Shen and the others. "Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 100,000 blood demon pills. 100,000. Everyone present was trembling in body and mind. Their eyes were full of greed. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body was also trembling. But different from Master Shen and the others, he was trembling because of anger. 100,000 blood demon pills. It was hard to imagine how many blood demon pills there were in this underground world. Millions? Tens of millions? How many people did he have to kill to get so many blood demon pills? The Second Valley Master laughed. "You still don't know. Everyone here is taking blood demon pills. And these blood demon pills were all refined by me. They're all made by you." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. "Yes." The Second Valley Master nodded. "Disregarding human life and bringing disaster to the country. Are you not afraid of being known by the current emperor?" Qin Feiyang shouted. He asked this question on purpose. Chapter 1232. "Yes, of course I am. But he won't know." Second Valley Master chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. No matter how secretive you are, you will be discovered one day. You are still too naive. Do you know? This underground world has existed for more than 6,000 years. But in these 6,000 years, no one else has discovered this place except for you. Do you know why? Let me tell you. This underground world is completely sealed. Without my and the Valley Master's orders, no one can leave. The only entrance is guarded by 15 8-star combat emperors and 2 9-star combat emperors. With such a lineup, even if the emperor himself came, it would be difficult for him to escape. Outside the Ice Valley there are powerful combat emperors everywhere. Who has the ability to step into this place? I've said so much to express one thing. Even if we are discovered by the emperor with his ability, he can't do anything to us." Second Valley Master sneered. His face was full of contempt. "There are 2 9-star combat emperors guarding the Ice Valley." Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. When they came, he didn't discover them. It seemed that this mysterious organization was not just a little scary. And this person was too arrogant. In the great Qin Empire, besides himself, only this Second Valley Master dared to be so disdainful of the emperor. It also showed that this person was very confident. But if his confidence was only from the 8-star combat emperors and 9-star combat emperors, then he was very wrong. However, there was one thing he was sure of. This matter had nothing to do with the emperor. Then there was another problem. It had nothing to do with the emperor, nor did it have much to do with Mu Tianyang. Apart from those two, who else had the ability to nurture such a terrifying force? Second Valley Master glanced at Master Shen and the others and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." A red-haired old man in a white robe stared at Second Valley Master. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, the Valley Master is dead. We can't be manipulated by him anymore. Yes. We want to resist. We want freedom. We can't be as weak as before. Let's work together and kill him. As long as we kill him, we will be free." The crowd roared angrily. Every one of them was brimming with killing intent. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seemed that these people were not incurable. Among these people there were many 9-star combat emperors. Judging from the Second Valley Master's aura, he was also a 9-star battle emperor. But he was alone. Faced with the resistance of so many people, he could not suppress them at all. Kill. The white-robed elder roared and took the lead to attack the Second Valley Master. He was a 9-star combat emperor. "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't give him a chance to escape." Another dozen or so old men rushed out from the crowd, their auras surging. They were all 9-star combat emperors, and they were able to shake the mountains and rivers. Hee. Looking at the white-robed old man and his group, the Second Valley Master's face was full of smiles. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. How could he still laugh in the face of a dozen 9-star combat emperors? One had to know. The Second Valley Master was definitely not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of this mysterious organization. Therefore, he definitely had something to rely on since he dared to do this. But what exactly was he relying on? The commotion here had already alarmed everyone in the underground world. At this very moment, everyone gathered at the various huge peaks and above the various mountains, looking at the white-robed old man and his group. In their eyes, there was anticipation and also nervousness. They also longed for freedom. Therefore they hoped that the white-robed old man and his group could successfully kill the Second Valley Master. However, they were worried again, because the Second Valley Master was too calm now. The white-robed old man took the lead and swept in front of the Second Valley Master. He immediately raised his arm and slapped the Second Valley Master's chest. Boom! The battle aura roared in all directions. A destructive aura spread out in the void. The smile on the Second Valley Master's face became even brighter. But just as the white-robed old man's big hand was about to hit his chest, his face suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "How dare a mere ant be so presumptuous?" Ah! The white-robed old man suddenly screamed and fell down powerlessly. Blood spurted out from his body. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and was dumbfounded. From the moment the white-robed old man flew up to the moment he attacked, he had been staring at the Second Valley Master. He was afraid that an accident would happen. Therefore he was very sure that the Second Valley Master did not do anything. He only shouted, "But why did the white-robed old man fall down?" The dozen 9-star combat emperors who followed the white-robed old man also came to a sudden stop. They stopped in the void and looked at the white-robed old man who had fallen down. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Bang! The white-robed old man fell and landed not far away from Qin Feiyang. He quickly walked over and tore the white-robed old man's clothes. Immediately, his expression froze. The white-robed old man's blood vessels burst and blood flowed out. It was obvious that the power of his blood vessels had been destroyed. Isn't the Grand Valley Master dead? How could he still destroy his power of blood vessels? Looking at the white-robed old man's bloody body, the others were also shocked. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the dozen combat emperors in the sky. He said in a deep voice, "Are all of you also controlled by the Second Valley Master?" When the Second Valley Master appeared, he had already thought of this question. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not possible. As everyone was already controlled by the Grand Valley Master, there was no need to do anything else. Moreover, when they were here just now, Wang Lin and the other 8 were only controlled by the Grand Valley Master. Therefore, he did not delve into this question. No. The dozen 9-star combat emperors shook their heads. No. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Grand Valley Master was already dead and the Second Valley Master did not control everyone. How could the white-robed old man's power of blood vessels be destroyed? Could it be? There was a boom in his mind and he hurriedly turned to look at the Grand Valley Master's body. Seeing Qin Feiyang's strange behavior, the Second Valley Master was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Seems like you have found out." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the Second Valley Master with a gloomy face. That's right. The person who was assassinated by him was not the Grand Valley Master at all. It was just a substitute of the Grand Valley Master. The Second Valley Master lowered his head and looked at the mountain stream below. He cupped his hands and said, "Big brother, please come out." Big brother? Master Shen and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked down. Whoosh! Immediately, somewhere in the mountains, a black figure rushed out and landed in front of the Second Valley Master. How is this possible? Isn't he already dead? Everyone present turned pale with fright. The person who came was tall and straight. His long hair was like a waterfall and he wore a mask on his face. His aura was like rolling waves and surging violently. Who else could it be but the Grand Valley Master? The Grand Valley Master glanced at everyone indifferently and said coldly, "It seems that all of you want me to die. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, my lord." In an instant, everyone here knelt on the ground and shivered, including the 9-star combat emperors. You only have one chance and this is your last chance. If I find out that you have disobeyed me in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Grand Valley Master said coldly. His words were filled with a shocking murderous intent. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Valley Master turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "You are very smart because you are the first person to sneak in here." Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down. He said, "Thank you for the compliment." The Grand Valley Master said again, "But you are also very unfortunate." What do you mean? Qin Feiyang said. The Grand Valley Master said, "Although you have the ancient castle, as long as you enter here, you are like a turtle in a jar. You can't escape even if you have wings." Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The Grand Valley Master said, "If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can escape. Then I will take my leave first." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, then went straight to the castle. "Big brother, are we just going to let him do this?" The Second Valley Master raised his eyebrows. "It doesn't matter if we kill him or not. Moreover, we don't have the ability to kill him," the Grand Valley Master said. The Second Valley Master became silent. Although he did not want to admit it, it was the truth. As long as the ancient castle was there, no matter how many people there were, they could not do anything to him. "What we need to do now is to guard the entrance and not let him escape. Master is most worried about him now. As long as we trap him here, no one will be able to stop Master's plan," the Grand Valley Master said with a smile, and his face was full of desire for power. "Understood." The Second Valley Master nodded and smiled. He then looked at the 9-star combat emperors and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Go and guard the entrance." The Grand Valley Master said expressionlessly, "I will give you another warning. If Qin Feiyang escapes, none of you will live." "Yes, yes, yes." The 9-star combat emperors nodded and then turned into rays of light and rushed toward the entrance in fear. The Grand Valley Master glanced at the peak of the mountain and then left with the Second Valley Master. They disappeared into a cave dwelling on a giant mountain. "We are too naive." "Yes. I am afraid that we will never be able to escape from their clutches in this lifetime." After the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master left, the people on the peak of the mountain smiled bitterly. They thought that they could regain their freedom this time, but they did not expect that the Grand Valley Master's death was a scam. "Let's go." An old woman in a black robe waved her hand and flew toward the cave dwelling. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. The others also drooped their heads, feeling disheartened. As for the old man in a white robe, he unfortunately lost his life after his bloodline power was destroyed. Inside the ancient castle, Fatso looked at the crowd on the screen and sighed. It seems that they were not pretending before. They really want to be free. Let's ignore them for now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He drove the ancient castle and rushed toward the cave dwelling where the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master had disappeared. Wolf King sneered and said, "The two of them thought that they could trap us here. They are so naive." "That's right. Now not only can the ancient castle move, but we also have a space-time door. It is impossible to trap us here." Chapter 1233. Don't be careless. Although we don't know the Grand Valley Master from his tone, we can tell that he knows us very well. Since he knows us and dares to say such things, it means that things are not that simple. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Fatso, Wolf King and the other beasts looked at each other and frowned. So, Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle into the cave abode. The cave abode was very big, about 500 to 600 feet. There was an independent alchemy room, a hall and a lounge. At this moment, in the lounge, the Grand Valley Master and Second Valley Master sat opposite each other. The Second Valley Master made tea and said with a smile, "Big brother, luckily you had the foresight to find a substitute. Otherwise we would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang." Thinking about the death of the substitute, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even if a deity descended from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to save him from being stabbed in the head. The Grand Valley Master smiled and said, "People like us won't live long if we don't have any schemes." "Yes, yes, yes." The Second Valley Master nodded and asked, "Then should we report this to the Lord?" "Definitely. Capturing Qin Feiyang is a great merit. The Lord will definitely reward us," the Grand Valley Master said. The Second Valley Master smiled and said, "If only the Lord can reward us with 1 or 2 divine arts." Divine arts? The Grand Valley Master remained silent. The Second Valley Master put down the teapot and said, "To be honest, I feel a little unbalanced." "What?" The Grand Valley Master looked at him in confusion. "All these years, we have been here secretly cultivating the Lord's forces. We have contributed a lot, but in the end we didn't get a single divine art. And look at that Zhuge Mingyang. He stayed in the Imperial City all day and did nothing, but in the end he got the Green Dragon secret art." The Second Valley Master snorted. "What? Zhuge Mingyang? Green Dragon secret art?" Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. Zhuge Mingyang's Azure Dragon secret art was actually given by the masters of these two people? Didn't that mean that the person behind the scenes of this mysterious organization was... A figure appeared in their heads at the same time. Outside. Hearing the Second Valley Master's words, the First Valley Master lowered his head and sighed. He looked at the Second Valley Master and said, "Second brother, you can say this to me. Don't say this to the Master. You will be angry. Second Valley Master pursed his lips and said, of course I understand. After all, our status is different from Zhuge Mingyang. What identity? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wasn't Zhuge Mingyang the son of Zhuge Wuho? What does it have to do with that person? It's good that you know. The head Valley Master glanced at the second Valley Master and took out the image crystal. A short while later, an illusory figure appeared. It was a white-robed old man with white hair and a white beard. He had the air of a transcendent being. It really is him. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-robed old man. His eyes were filled with coldness. That's right. This person was the imperial tutor. Before this, he really did not expect that the person behind this mysterious organization would be the imperial tutor. Fatso urged, quickly record it. This was a good opportunity to take down the imperial tutor. Qin Feiyang nodded. He calmed down the anger in his heart and took out the image crystal. Greetings, Master. Outside, the head Valley Master and the second Valley Master stood up and bowed respectfully to the imperial tutor. What's the matter? The imperial tutor asked. The head Valley Master said, we caught Qin Feiyang. The imperial tutor quivered and asked, where did you catch him? At our base. The head Valley Master said. What? Why would he go to the base? The imperial tutor was shocked. The head Valley Master shook his head and said, we don't know either. But according to our guess, he should have accidentally barged into this place. Accidentally? You guys are underestimating Qin Feiyang too much. If he didn't receive any news in advance, would he go to such a place? The imperial tutor's face was gloomy. My lord, you mean? The head Valley Master and the second Valley Master were surprised. The imperial tutor said in a deep voice, in my opinion, he went there prepared. Where is he now? The head Valley Master said, right now he is hiding in the castle. The imperial tutor said, then you must guard the entrance. Before I go, don't let him escape. Otherwise, our years of hard work will be in vain. Master is coming? The head Valley Master was surprised. Nonsense. He has already barged into the base. How can I not go and take a look? You guys are really careless. Fortunately, you guys found out in time. Otherwise, I will not let you guys off. The imperial tutor snorted coldly. Their pupils constricted. The head Valley Master asked, then when will Master come? The imperial tutor said, Zhuge Mingyang is breaking through to the War Emperor realm. I will protect him. After he succeeds, I will go immediately. Yes. The two of them nodded. Don't make any more mistakes. The imperial tutor coldly glanced at the two of them, and the shadow disappeared. He actually personally protected Zhuge Mingyang? Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. One had to know. They had always been a huge threat to the imperial tutor. Now that there was news of them, logically speaking, the imperial tutor should have rushed over as soon as possible. However, the imperial tutor did not do so. The reason was to protect Zhuge Mingyang? This was too inconceivable. In the past, they all thought that the imperial tutor valued Zhuge Mingyang because of Zhuge Mingyang's talent. But now they began to feel that the relationship between the two of them was very unusual. Wait. Fatso suddenly stretched out his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, Wolf King and the other beasts and said, have we overlooked something very important? What? Wolf King was suspicious. Before Fatso could speak, Qin Feiyang spoke first, Zhuge Mingyang's cultivation. Fat Lord, I thought you didn't notice. Fatso smiled embarrassedly. I remember back then when we fought one-on-one in the Bright Sky Palace, we were both one-star battle saints. And after all these years, I have just broken through to the Battle Emperor realm, but he is also about to break through. This speed is so fast that it's a little strange. Qin Feiyang whispered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wolf King said, without a doubt, he is also taking the blood demon pill now. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. No one could deny Zhuge Mingyang's talent. After all, he had relied on his own efforts to open the door of potential. But he had only opened the second level. Even if Zhuge Mingyang went to the treasure pavilion to bid for the potential pill, it was impossible for him to open all the doors of potential. Because the potential pill could only open the first 3 levels. And the potential pill and the small creation pill were needed for the potential pill. He had never sold the potential pill and the small creation pill. So, Qin Feiyang dared to conclude that the current Zhuge Mingyang had at most opened the 3rd level. And every time he broke through to a big realm, he would immediately open the door of potential. So, no matter how monstrous Zhuge Mingyang's talent was, it couldn't be compared to him. Then why was Zhuge Mingyang still able to catch up with him? Without a doubt. It must be because of the blood demon pill. In fact, although Qin Feiyang didn't like the previous Zhuge Mingyang, he didn't dislike him. But now he was completely disgusted. No, he was disgusted. This person had already fallen. If there was a chance, he must get rid of him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two valley masters in the image, then drove the ancient castle, left the cave residence and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. A moment later, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of a river and there was no one around. He took out a portal, wanting to return to the village first to meet up with Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. Because this matter had already involved the state preceptor. Anything that was related to the state preceptor couldn't be taken lightly. So he planned to leave here first, and then make a long-term plan. But he was shocked to find that he couldn't open the portal. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised and changed the coordinates again. This coordinate was the coordinates of a mountain range in this underground world. In the end, the portal was successfully opened. Qin Feiyang's face was lifeless. He could teleport at will here, but he couldn't teleport to the outside world. Did this mean that this underground world was isolated from the outside world? Thinking of this, he put away the portal and took out the space-time gate. Immediately, battle aura surged and poured into the space-time gate. But after a while, the space-time gate was still simple and unadorned, and there was no trace of recovery. Qin Feiyang raised his head and glanced at this underground world in surprise. Even the space-time gate couldn't teleport? One had to know. Although this space-time gate was an imitation, its ability was very amazing, and it could teleport back and forth between the 9 provinces and the imperial capital. But now he couldn't teleport out of this underground world? What kind of place was this? Brr. Suddenly, a loud beastly roar rang out. A huge black lion jumped out from the jungle behind, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Qin Feiyang. Obviously, it was attracted by Qin Feiyang's battle aura. Qin Feiyang turned to look at it and went directly to the ancient castle. Why did you come in again? Fatso and Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. It can't be. Everyone's eyes were suddenly full of surprise and doubt. No wonder the Valley Master was so confident. It turned out that the portal couldn't be opened here. Fatso seemed to suddenly think of something and said in surprise, "Boss, have you noticed that the situation of this underground world is almost exactly the same as the ancient castle?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "We can also send messages to people outside in the castle, but we can't open the portal and we can't open the space-time gate," Fatso said. "You mean?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Yes." Fat Lord guessed that this underground world is very likely to be a space divine object. Fatso's eyes lit up. Space divine object. Wolf King and the other beasts heard this, and their eyes suddenly burst with a strong sense of greed. That's not right. If this is really a space divine object, then why doesn't the Imperial Preceptor carry it with him? The double-winged snow eagle suddenly said. Yes. Such an important thing, no matter who it is, it can't be handed over to others, right? What's more, the Valley Master and the second Valley Master don't look like good people. Can the Imperial Preceptor rest assured? Chapter 1234. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and felt that what Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle said made sense. The state preceptor was suspicious and narrow-minded. It was impossible for him to truly trust someone. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. No. If the Grand Valley Master mastered the Blood Soul technique, then the state preceptor should also know the Blood Soul technique. Maybe the state preceptor taught the Grand Valley Master the Blood Soul technique. In this way, the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master must be controlled by the State Preceptor. In other words, it was not impossible for the State Preceptor to give the Grand Valley Master the Space Divine item. The problem now was to figure out if this underground world was a Space Divine item. Let's go find the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. These two must know. They are both 9-star combat emperors. Isn't it suicide to go find them now? The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's activate the kill formula first. When we reach the 9-star combat emperor level, we'll go find them and give the state preceptor a surprise." What surprise? The pangolin asked. Think about it. When he comes here and finds that everyone here has been killed, what kind of expression will he have? The double-winged snow eagle laughed. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. The double-winged snow eagle's meaning was obvious. Before the state preceptor came, they would kill everyone here and let the state preceptor's thousands of years of hard work go down the drain. When the time came, The state preceptor would definitely be mad. Actually, Fat Lord thinks that we should inform Elder Qin about this and let him tell the emperor and let him deal with it. After all, the state preceptor is secretly cultivating forces. There must be some unspeakable conspiracy. I believe that after receiving the news, the emperor will not sit back and do nothing, Fatso said. Elder Qin is now in the spiritual state. How do we inform him? Wolf King said. Then we can find someone else. For example, the commander of the Kirin army is the best candidate. He is loyal to the emperor. After receiving this news, he will definitely go to the emperor immediately, Fatso said. Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he said, the inner demons and I will take care of this. You guys should quickly go into seclusion and cultivate. Try to become combat emperors before the divine ruin opens. This is too simple. It was too easy. Everyone laughed, full of confidence. Cultivating in the castle for 10 days was equivalent to only 1 day outside. If they still couldn't do it, then they would really be useless. Subsequently, everyone also listened to Qin Feiyang's words and went into seclusion one after another. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and then took out an image crystal. He accepted Fatso's suggestion. It wasn't because he was concerned about the emperor. He just wanted to see the emperor's attitude after learning about this matter. A shadow appeared. It was the commander of the Kirin army. At this moment, he was sitting in a large hall looking rather tired. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly got up and closed the door of the hall. Then he asked in a low voice, "Where are you now? What are you doing? Why do you look so haggard?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer. Instead he asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "It's all because of Her Majesty." Her Majesty? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Which Her Majesty?" "Your mother." The commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened to my mother?" The commander of the Kirin army said, "Yesterday, His Majesty suddenly gave the order to kill the 2 maids by your mother's side." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said, "Why did he kill them?" "I don't know. Anyway, they were killed for no reason. And those 2 maids have been with Her Majesty for so many years and have long had feelings for her. Suddenly being killed, Her Majesty felt terrible. Now she has locked herself in the Zihua Palace, refusing to see anyone and blaming herself." The commander of the Kirin army shook his head and sighed. "What is mother blaming herself for?" Qin Feiyang asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Her Majesty thinks that she implicated those 2 maids." Qin Feiyang was heartbroken. Those 2 maids were the only ones left by his mother's side, and they were the only ones who could talk to his mother. He didn't expect that they would be killed. The commander of the Kirin army was silent for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Actually, I'm guessing that their death may have something to do with you." "Me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and said, "His Majesty must have noticed that you have visited Her Majesty before, so he killed you to warn others." "Kill you to warn others?" "I think he wants to completely isolate my mother." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "That may be his intention." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Go and tell him that he has a dog by his side." Qin Feiyang sneered and turned off the image crystal. Originally he wanted to tell the emperor, but now that he thought about it, there was no need to. Swoosh. After putting away the image crystal, Qin Feiyang flickered and appeared beside the river. Since he couldn't leave, then he would start a massacre. The black lion that ran out earlier was still wandering around the river. When it saw Qin Feiyang, it immediately bared its fangs and pounced on him. Its cultivation was not bad, it was a 2-star combat emperor. However, it had to admit that it was courting death because it had met Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He formed a seal with both hands, and the divine dragon art instantly appeared and suppressed the black lion. Roar! The black lion let out a wail as its body was torn into pieces, and its blood dyed the sky red. Boom! At the same time, a monstrous killing intent rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. A bloody kill character appeared between his eyebrows. His long hair and eyes immediately turned blood red, as if the god of death had returned. "Absorb!" Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, the black lion's blood was completely absorbed by the kill character. "Qin Feiyang, you deserve to die." Just as Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and was about to leave, a voice filled with bone-piercing killing intent resounded. 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. It was the first Valley Master and the second Valley Master. The aura of the divine dragon seal and the kill character were too strong, and they were immediately alerted. It's you who deserve to die. Refining the blood demon pill, capturing the villagers and harming the innocent, this is intolerable. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the two of them and shouted coldly. Villagers? The second Valley Master raised his eyebrows and said, You know that village? Of course. Qin Feiyang sneered. The first Valley Master said expressionlessly, So, you followed Master Shin here? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. You don't even know you're being followed, how stupid. The two of them were furious. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, It's not that he's stupid, it's that he met me and no one can stop me from going where I want to go. Presumptuous. I wanted to keep you alive but you're too insensible, so I can only kill you. The two of them unleashed their emperor's aura, and in a flash they landed in front of Qin Feiyang and behind him. Die. The two of them raised their fists at the same time and punched Qin Feiyang's chest and back. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid only the Imperial Preceptor can do it in person. Qin Feiyang grinned and instantly disappeared without a trace. What? How does he know about his lord? Could it be, his ancient castle can really move? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he heard our conversation with His Majesty? The two of them were shocked. Everyone, all beasts, listen to my order. If you see Qin Feiyang, immediately kill him. The Grand Valley Master roared, and his voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. Roar. A series of deafening roars suddenly sounded in the mountain range. The people who were cultivating in the cave mansion also appeared one after another. They formed groups of 2s and 3s and chased after Qin Feiyang. All the beasts. It seems that the beasts here were also cultivated by them, Qin Feiyang murmured as he controlled the ancient castle and rushed into the depths of the mountain. A few hundred breaths later, he appeared in the sky above a mountain ridge. Roar. A few saint beasts immediately discovered him, and immediately soared into the sky, roaring towards him, ferocious and imposing. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a red sword qi surged. It was as sharp as a blade and instantly killed the sacred beast. The blood was all absorbed by the kill character between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang, give me your life. There was a group of people nearby. They heard the commotion and immediately rushed over. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they did not say anything and immediately attacked him. There were a total of 13 people. 10 9-star battle saints, 2 1-star battle emperors and 1 2-star battle emperor. Are you not afraid of death? Qin Feiyang glanced at them, his eyes as cold as ice. Of course we are. But if we don't kill you, we will all die in the hands of the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master. So, in order to save our lives, we can only let you die. The 2-star battle emperor laughed sinisterly. He took the lead and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, reaching for Qin Feiyang's head. Although I sympathize with you, I will not show mercy to those who dare to attack me. Qin Feiyang took a step back and raised his hand to slap the battle emperor. Golden light burst out from his palm. Return formula. Ah! The 2-star battle emperor screamed in pain. His arm was instantly torn open and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang slapped the 2-star battle emperor's chest. With a cracking sound, the 2-star battle emperor's heart instantly shattered. So powerful. The remaining 12 people's faces were pale. Even a 2-star battle emperor could not fight back in front of him. Thank you. However, the severely injured 2-star battle emperor said such words to Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of relief on his face. This thank you touched Qin Feiyang's heartstrings. Qin Feiyang looked at him and asked, Are you from that village? Yes. My name is Wang Shan. And here, other than the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master, everyone is from that village. If it's possible, please help everyone. After the 2-star battle emperor finished speaking, he fell down powerlessly. His life energy quickly dissipated. They are all from that village. Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. Originally, he thought that only a portion of the people here were from that village. However, he did not expect that they were all from that village. Why did you do this? They are not slaves. Why should they be played by you? Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. His blood-red hair rushed to his head. The purple gold dragon energy, the red sword energy, and the flaming battle energy erupted like a volcano. Then they turned into huge waves that covered the sky and rolled in all directions. Rumble. Crack. At this moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. The 2 1-star battle emperors, the 10 9-star battle saints, and the beasts within 100-mile radius all had their blood splattered everywhere. Since killing is the only way to solve the problem, then I will kill to stop the killing. Qin Feiyang roared angrily again and again. His blood-red hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world. Crush. In the next moment. Chapter 1235. The bloody words were overflowing with bloody light and were incomparably beautiful. Boom. Qin Feiyang's aura was also surging crazily. 2-star combat emperor. 3-star combat emperor. 4-star combat emperor. 5-star combat emperor. In just a dozen breaths, his cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star combat emperor. He was unstoppable. What's going on? He was just a 1-star combat emperor before. How did he suddenly become a 5-star combat emperor? In just a dozen breaths, a large number of people had rushed over. There were combat masters, combat sages and combat emperors. There were even 8-star combat emperors. As they looked at the current Qin Feiyang, a tempestuous wave rose in their hearts. Is this still a human? Is it possible for a human to rise from a 1-star combat emperor to a 5-star combat emperor? Qin Feiyang absorbed all the blood and raised his head to look at those people. Those blood-red eyes were like a devil. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even those 6-star combat emperors, 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors who were stronger than Qin Feiyang were the same. Get lost. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and the people in front of him involuntarily retreated to the side. Their hearts were intimidated by Qin Feiyang and they did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight. Qin Feiyang walked step by step towards the Second Valley Master's cave as if there was no one around. Wherever it went, the mountains collapsed and the earth sank. The people and beasts that it encountered were all terrified and fled at the sight of the wind. Those who did not escape were all killed and their blood was absorbed by him. His aura continued to soar. First Valley Master, Second Valley Master, it's not good. Immortal Shin streaked across the vast sky and hurriedly ran into an immortal's cave. What's the matter? Both of them raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang, Master Shin's face was pale and he stuttered. He could not speak for a long time and his eyebrows were filled with fear. What's the matter? Speak quickly. The First Valley Master roared and a terrifying emperor's aura rushed towards him. Master Shin quivered and promptly roared, Qin Feiyang is coming to kill us. I wanted him to come, but does he dare? Second Valley Master smiled disdainfully. He really came. I also received news that his cultivation base has changed. Master Shin said in horror. What do you mean? Second Valley Master frowned. Master Shin swallowed his saliva and exclaimed. His cultivation suddenly skyrocketed to a 5-star combat emperor. What? The Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. Was it possible for a 1-star combat emperor to soar to a 5-star combat emperor? Suddenly, Master Shin's image crystal echoed. He quickly took it out and a middle-aged man appeared. The big man's face was also filled with fear. What happened? asked Master Shin. The burly man said, Greetings, First Valley Master, Second Valley Master, Qin Feiyang's cultivation has increased again. The Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master looked at each other. Master Shin turned pale with fright. He looked at the burly man and asked, What is his current cultivation level? 8-star combat emperor. The burly man said, his face full of fear. Master Shin's eyes trembled as he turned his head to look at the First Valley Master and the Second Valley Master. Their hearts sank as well. It seemed that this was true. The Second Valley Master looked at the burly man and asked, Where is he now? The burly man said, He just opened a portal, I don't know where he went. Boom. Before the burly man's voice fell, a terrifying emperor's aura descended over the cave mansion. At the same time, there was also a monstrous murderous aura, overwhelming and surging in all directions. The First Valley Master and the Second Valley Master's hearts trembled. They had never seen such a strong murderous aura. It can't be him, right? Master Shin looked outside the cave mansion, shivering. The First Valley Master and the Second Valley Master's mood also became heavy. Because this aura was too familiar, it was Qin Feiyang. But it was different from the previous Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was like a demon god that had returned, emitting an astonishing evil aura. Be careful. Suddenly, the First Valley Master's face changed, and he took the Second Valley Master and Master Shin out of the cave mansion like lightning. Clang. Just as they left the cave mansion, a bright red sword aura suddenly blasted the top of the giant mountain. Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant mountain directly disappeared from the sight of the three people, leaving only dust in the sky. The first Valley Master took the two people and flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the dust dissipated, and they saw Qin Feiyang standing in the void opposite them. His blood-red long hair fluttered in the wind, and his blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood, full of ruthlessness and bloodthirst. Are you really Qin Feiyang? Looking at the current Qin Feiyang, Master Shen couldn't help but wonder if it was a different person. Hee. Qin Feiyang didn't answer, just grinned. He didn't guess wrong, the current Qin Feiyang was indeed a different person. Now, the inner demons were controlling this body. The first Valley Master shouted, "Don't play tricks with us here. Isn't it your strength to play tricks? The people in that village are the best proof, they all worship you as gods." The inner demons laughed. However, the two of them could hear a hint of mockery in his words. "Continue to pretend. I don't know much, if you pretend more maybe I will believe it." The inner demons' eyes were full of ridicule. The first Valley Master and Master Shen looked at each other, and a murderous look flashed in their eyes at the same time. Boom. The momentum suddenly erupted, and the two people rushed to the inner demons from the left and right. "Are you angry from embarrassment?" The inner demon grinned and used the phantom steps. Like a ghost, he appeared behind the two in the blink of an eye. He said playfully, "You two are gods after all? Don't you think it's beneath you to argue with a mortal like me? Presumptuous." The two people were furious. The words of the inner demons were like loud slaps on their faces. Whoosh. The two people suddenly stopped in the void, and then immediately turned around to attack the inner demons, using a mysterious footwork. Without a doubt. It must be a perfect auxiliary combat art. The perfect auxiliary combat art was activated, and the two people's speed suddenly surpassed the inner demons. In an instant, the two people rushed to the front of the inner demons, raised their arms at lightning speed and punched the inner demons in the chest. The inner demon spat out a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood, and like a meteorite, he flew out horizontally. "Do you think you are qualified to be arrogant in front of us just because you have reached the level of an 8-star combat emperor? I will now let you understand how cruel reality is." The first Valley Master and Master Shen smiled coldly, and with the perfect auxiliary combat art, they chased the inner demons from the left and right. Following closely, they leaped up and stomped on the inner demon's body. Boom. The inner demon spat out another mouthful of blood, and like a cannonball, he smashed into the mountains below and was buried by the soil and gravel. Phew. Master Shen, who was at the side, breathed a sigh of relief. Although this person's cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed, he was still a level lower than the two Valley Masters. Just this little ability? It seems that the Lord is exaggerating a little. The first Valley Master and Master Shen were even more contemptuous. In the past, the Imperial Preceptor had told them a lot about Qin Feiyang's deeds, so they were quite afraid of Qin Feiyang. But now, when they fought, they found that he was actually so weak. Master Shen came to the side of the two and asked, "Two lords, didn't you say that he has several kinds of divine arts? Why didn't I see him use them?" The first Valley Master said, "He has divine arts, it was the Lord who said it, we have never seen it with our own eyes, it should be just a rumor." "Which lord?" Master Shen was surprised. Although he had been here for many years, he didn't know anything about the existence of the Imperial Preceptor. Because usually, the first Valley Master and Master Shen would never mention the Imperial Preceptor to them. "Is this something you can ask? Get the hell away from me. If it weren't for your carelessness and let him follow us, how would we have so much trouble now?" The second Valley Master shouted angrily. Master Shen shrank his neck and quickly retreated to the side, feeling a little wronged in his heart. Although Qin Feiyang had indeed followed him here, the responsibility wasn't on him alone. If that was the case, wouldn't the great elders be responsible for guarding the Ice Valley outside as well? Divine arts. The first Valley Master glanced down, his eyes flickering. "Big brother, don't worry. The fact that he has divine arts must be a rumor, otherwise he would have used it long ago and we wouldn't have seriously injured him now." The second Valley Master said contemptuously. "It makes sense." The first Valley Master nodded. "Ha!" But as soon as his voice fell, a loud laugh rang out from beneath the ground. It was filled with mockery that could not be dispersed. "Ha!" The first Valley Master and Master Shen raised their eyebrows. Boom! The ground below exploded and dust flew. The inner demons rushed out and landed in front of the two. His body was stained with purple gold dragon blood and he sneered, "You two are really stupid. You're about to die and you still dare to speak rudely. Second brother, come with me to send him to hell." The first Valley Master shouted. "Eh." The second Valley Master nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Whoosh. The two used extreme speed and rushed to the front of the inner demons. Hee hee, the inner demon sneered and raised his hand to attack. Boom. The two Valley Masters' auras were like rainbows as they punched out with all their might. Oof. The inner demon's body trembled and blood spurted out. Once again he crashed into the ground below, creating a bottomless pit. He didn't even use divine arts. It seems that it is indeed a rumor. The first Valley Master said. Ha! The inner demons laughed and rushed out of the pit. He looked at the two and laughed. Calling you stupid is too flattering. What's going on? The two were stunned. After being attacked twice in a row, he could still climb out? Moreover, he didn't look weak at all. This was not right. One had to know. They were 9-star combat emperors, and they had attacked without holding back. Even if it was someone of the same level as them, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, this person, with the cultivation of an 8-star combat emperor, had taken 2 of their attacks and he was still fine. This didn't make sense. Do you know why I said you were stupid? The inner demons wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Don't be arrogant. The first Valley Master shouted. The second Valley Master nodded and said, yes, in front of us you're just an ant. How dare you be arrogant? This time we'll send you to hell. Whoosh. The two looked at each other and rushed toward the inner demons again. Go to hell. As they approached, the two of them roared at the same time. The first Valley Master raised his fist and punched the inner demon's lower abdomen. The second Valley Master raised his arm and punched the inner demon's head. The surging battle chi destroyed the mountains and rivers. Chapter 1236. The lower abdomen and the head were the most fatal parts of a person. The two of them attacked the inner demons. It was obvious that they really wanted to kill him with one blow. However, the inner demons smiled even more brightly in the face of the two's fatal attacks. Pah! Just as the two of them were about to succeed, the inner demon suddenly raised his hands and grabbed their wrists. Then, their fists stopped in the air. They were only a finger away from Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen and head. However, this gap of a finger was like an uncrossable chasm. The inner demon's hands were like 2 iron pliers, firmly grabbing their wrists. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't go any further. How can this power be so terrifying? The two of them stared at the inner demons in disbelief. The power of 2 9-star combat emperors couldn't compare to an 8-star combat emperor? However, they didn't know. After eating the sacred lion's divine flesh, Qin Feiyang's divine flesh and power had been reborn. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the power of his current punch, he could instantly kill someone of the same level. Therefore, even if the Grand Valley Master and the Grand Valley Master's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, he could still compete with them. The inner demons sneered, now do you want to know why I keep saying that you're stupid? What? The two of them looked at him gloomily. The inner demons joked, just now you said that it was just a rumor that I have several divine arts. I want to ask you, would the dignified imperial tutor lie to you? Would he spread rumors? The two of them shook their heads. The inner demons sneered and said, even if you haven't seen me before and don't know whether I have a divine art or not, can't you see anything from the change in my cultivation? The two of them looked at the inner demons in surprise. Suddenly, their bodies trembled. Could it be that the change in his cultivation was related to the divine art? The inner demons smiled, it seems that you've already figured it out. How is this possible? Even if it's a divine technique, it's impossible for a person to become an 8-star combat emperor from a 1-star combat emperor. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. I've allowed you to be arrogant for so long. It's time for you to taste the taste of despair. The eyes of the inner demons turned cold, and their battle aura roared out. Blood and flesh splattered from their 2 arms. Don't scare us with the deity technique. No matter how strong you are just an 8-star combat emperor. The two of them roared, their emperor's might shaking the clouds, forcing the inner demons to retreat. An 8-star combat emperor is enough to kill you all. The inner demons cackled and chased after him with phantom steps. He finally took the initiative to attack. The Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master looked at each other. Battle chi rolled out of their bodies and shot up to the sky. Rumble. Clang. In the blink of an eye, a giant black hand and a golden battle sword appeared out of nowhere. The giant hand was tens of thousands of feet long. It covered the sky like a giant mountain and exuded a destructive aura. The battle sword looked as if it was cast from gold. It shone brightly like a divine sword that could split the heavens. Its sharpness shocked the world. It was evolved from a battle art. It was a perfect battle art. Kill? The two of them roared. The giant hand and the battle sword shook the sky and charged toward the inner demons. Now I'll show you a deity technique. The inner demons grinned and stretched out his hands. A dazzling golden light appeared in his palms and rushed toward the giant hand and the battle sword. Rumble. Clang. In an instant, the two rays of golden light collided with the giant hand and the battle sword, causing a deafening explosion. In the next instant, the giant hand and the battle sword turned in the air and charged toward the Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master. The two of them were stunned. At this moment, those who were searching for Qin Feiyang outside had returned. They gathered in the void in the distance and were shocked when they saw this scene. The Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master's battle art were reflected back? Oh my god. Was this a dream? How did he do it? Just before the giant hand and the battle sword reached them, the Grand Valley Master and Grand Valley Master suddenly regained their senses and shouted in unison, "Give us a taste of our own medicine." Immediately after, they turned around and fled. They had heard from the state preceptor that this deity technique could reflect all the opponent's attacks. Its power would not decrease. Previously they thought that this was just a rumor. They did not expect it to happen to them so quickly. Both of them were 9-star combat emperors. With the perfect auxiliary battle art, their speed was naturally not slow. Clang. The battle sword charged toward them. They quickly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the sword. Rumble. The battle sword slammed into the ground below. The area within a radius of 100 miles was torn apart and filled with deep abyss. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, the giant hand whizzed toward them again. They could dodge the battle sword because the attack range of the battle sword was smaller. However, the giant hand was thousands of feet in size. It was not an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and earth. They could not escape in time. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, the two of them were directly slammed into the depths of the ground by the giant hand. Valley Master and the others were defeated? Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine art was it to give oneself a taste of their own medicine? It was so terrifying. The inner demon stood proudly in the sky. His blood was boiling. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew. The dust and smoke dissipated. There was a giant palm print on the ground below. The first Valley Master and second Valley Master were sprawled out in the center of the palm print. Blood was flowing from their bodies and they were on the verge of death. The inner demons took a step forward and landed on top of the two. He smiled cruelly and said, "How is the power of the deity technique?" The two of them slowly got up and stared at the inner demons gloomily. The first Valley Master said, "You hold him back. I will go and inform the Lord. Only the Lord can subdue him now." "Me? Hold him back? Why can't it be you?" The second Valley Master raised his eyebrows. Asking him to hold back Qin Feiyang was simply using him as cannon fodder. "This is an order." The first Valley Master shouted. "Get the hell out of my way." The second Valley Master shouted angrily. He turned around and ran away without looking back. Although they usually addressed each other as brothers, they were not real brothers by blood. Some blood-related brothers would fly off on their own in the face of disaster, let alone blood-related brothers. Damn it. The first Valley Master was furious. But there was nothing he could do. Although he controlled everyone's lives, he did not control the second Valley Master. The inner demons glanced at the second Valley Master and ignored him. His eyes were fixed on the first Valley Master. First, asking the Imperial Advisor to come was what he wanted. Second, only by killing the first Valley Master could the people here be freed. "How do you want to die?" The inner demons pursed his lips into a sinister smile. The first Valley Master was extremely flustered. Brr. The inner demons waved his hand. The purple gold dragon aura surged. A purple gold divine dragon was formed and circled in the sky. Its godly aura shocked everyone present. What deity technique is this? Everyone was terrified. "I won't die. Because the person who is going to die is you." The first Valley Master roared. A stronger aura than before rushed out from his body. Brr. Next, accompanied by a deafening beast roar, a huge flood dragon soared into the sky from behind him. That was his fighting soul. The dragon was more than 10,000 feet long. Its body was covered with black scales and there was a horn that was more than 10 meters long on its head. It was ferocious. Black dragon? The inner demons was surprised. The black dragon was a type of dragon. There was a chance that it could transform into a black dragon. It was considered a powerful fighting soul. Innate superpower, soul-extinguishing light. The first Valley Master stared at the inner demons. With a low roar, the horn on the black dragon's head shot out a ray of black light. The ray of black light was not powerful, but it gave the inner demons a deadly sense of danger. The sense of danger came from the soul. Qin Feiyang, be careful. His soul-extinguishing light is very strange. It doesn't hurt the body but only the soul. Once you are attacked, your soul will be annihilated instantly. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the inner demon's mind. The inner demon scanned the crowd. Who was the one who reminded him? But no matter where he looked, no one responded to him. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked up at the ray of black light with disdain in his eyes. All of a sudden, the purple-gold divine dragon that was hovering above him let out a loud dragon roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave surged forward like a surging tide. Boom! The so-called soul-extinguishing light was like a dead tree. It instantly collapsed and disappeared. The first Valley Master's body trembled violently. His face was ashen as he looked at the sound wave with despair in his eyes. The black flood dragon war soul could not withstand the impact of the sound waves. With a wail it disintegrated. You can't kill me. The first Valley Master shouted anxiously. Give me a reason. The inner demons waved his hand and the sound wave dissipated. The first Valley Master pointed to the crowd around him and said, You came here for them and they are all controlled by the blood soul technique. If you dare to kill me, I will destroy their bloodline power. So what? The inner demons smiled playfully. The first Valley Master said gloomily, Destroying their bloodline power will cause them to lose their lives on the spot. At best, they will lose their cultivation and become a cripple. Ah! The inner demons laughed. What are you laughing at? The first Valley Master looked at him gloomily. I'm laughing at your naivety. What does their life and death have to do with me? What I want is to make the Imperial Tutor suffer and go crazy. The inner demon smiled coldly. The purple-gold divine dragon in the sky let out another dragon roar. The sound wave rolled out and rushed over crazily. So it's to take revenge on the Imperial Tutor. The first Valley Master's heart trembled. With a plop, he knelt in the void and said, Don't kill me. I can help you. The inner demon said, You are controlled by the blood soul technique. How can you help me? You are powerful. You must have a way to remove the blood soul technique. Although I have done many evil things, I am still a 9-star combat emperor. I know the Imperial Tutor very well and I know what he is planning. So, I can definitely help you. The first Valley Master hurriedly said with a pleading look in his eyes. I know him very well. The inner demon's heart moved and asked, You really know what he is planning? The first Valley Master nodded. Chapter 1237. The eyes of the inner demons flickered. The Valley Master was perturbed. The inner demons couldn't make up his mind and secretly asked, Deity, what do you think? Keep him. The inner world was silent for a moment, and Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. Okay. The inner demons responded, looked at the Valley Master and said lightly, You want to follow me? Sure, destroy your own cultivation first. Destroy your own cultivation. The Valley Master's eyes trembled. What if he destroyed his own cultivation and the other party went back on his word? At that time, he would become a fish on the chopping board at the mercy of others. Do you have a choice? The inner demon sneered. The Valley Master struggled for a moment, then suddenly raised his arm and slapped his lower abdomen, accompanied by a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly became pale. I'll leave the waste sea, is it okay now? He looked at the inner demons and said. The inner demons smiled coldly, went up and took away the Valley Master's Qingkuan bag, and then sent the Valley Master to the castle. Immediately, the inner demons looked at the crowd around and shouted, The Imperial Tutor will be here soon, you all go back to the village immediately, take the people in the village and find a secret place to hide. Is the Imperial Tutor very strong? Someone asked. Of course he's very strong, he's a god. The inner demons didn't want to waste time and directly stated the seriousness of the problem. God. Everyone's heart trembled. As for the blood soul technique, you don't have to worry, the Valley Master has been subdued, he won't hurt you anymore. Go now. The inner demons shouted. Thank you, little brother. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, then turned and rushed toward the exit. The inner demons glanced at the immortal crane in the crowd, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took out the white-eyed wolf and chased after the second Valley Master. Exit. The dozen or so 9-star combat emperors gathered together and looked at the void in the distance, their eyes full of suspicion. What a terrifying murderous aura, who is fighting with the Valley Master. Could it be that Qin Feiyang? That shouldn't be the case. That Qin Feiyang is only a 1-star combat emperor. How could he be a match for Valley Master and the others? Because they were too far away, they could only sense the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. They couldn't see the battlefield with their own eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, figures flashed over like lightning. What's the situation? Looking at the mighty crowd, the 9-star combat emperors were even more bewildered. Everyone, the Grand Valley Master has been subdued by Qin Feiyang. Let's leave this place quickly. A black-clothed old man at the front roared as he looked at the dozen 9-star combat emperors. What? The Grand Valley Master has been subdued? The dozen or so people were dumbstruck. They were 9-star combat emperors and they knew the Grand Valley Master's power better than anyone else. It was not an exaggeration to say that even without the restriction of the blood spirit technique, they were not a match for the Grand Valley Master. How could they be subdued by a mere 1-star combat emperor? Whoosh! The black-clothed old man was also an 8-star combat emperor. He landed in front of the dozen or so 9-star combat emperors and said in a deep voice, "I know you can't believe it, but this is the truth. Hurry up." It's the truth? The dozen or so people were shocked. An old woman asked, "What about the Second Valley Master?" Qin Feiyang is chasing after him. Qin Feiyang also said that the Grand Master will be here soon. He asked us to hurry back to the village and find a place to hide with the villagers. The black-clothed old man said. He has really been subdued? The dozen or so people still couldn't believe it. We saw it with our own eyes. It's absolutely true. The black-clothed old man said. The others nodded their heads. Ha! The dozen or so 9-star combat emperors looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their eyes were filled with tears. They were happy and excited. They had finally escaped from the clutches of the devil and regained their freedom. Let's go quickly. The Grand Master is a divine being. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Master Shin couldn't help but urge them. Let's go. The dozen or so 9-star combat emperors waved their hands and immediately turned around and rushed down the stone stairs to the outside of the Ice Valley. Back to the Second Valley Master. At this moment, he was hiding in an abandoned cave with an image crystal in his hand. He was like an ant on a hot pan as he walked back and forth anxiously. Buzz. Finally, the image crystal shone brightly and the image of a white-haired old man appeared. Who else could it be but the Grand Master? What's wrong? The Grand Master looked at the Second Valley Master with a smile and asked. You seem to be in a good mood. Something bad has happened. The Second Valley Master shouted. Oh? The Grand Master raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang is too scary. His cultivation suddenly became an 8-star combat emperor. The Grand Valley Master might have been killed by him. The Second Valley Master shouted and his face was full of fear. What? The Grand Master's expression changed and he said angrily, Why didn't you inform me earlier? Haven't I been informing you? You didn't reply to me. I've been waiting for a long time. The Second Valley Master felt wronged. Damn it. The Grand Master was furious. That's right. He's been waiting for a long time. Why did you only reply now? Could it be that Zhuge Mingyang was at the critical moment of his breakthrough? A mocking voice was heard. Then the inner demons and the Wolf King walked into the cave one after another. How did you know I was here? The Second Valley Master looked at the man and the wolf in fear. The inner demons didn't care about him. He raised his head and looked at the Grand Master. He laughed and said, In order to protect Zhuge Mingyang, you didn't even care about your subordinates here. I'm really curious. What's your relationship with him? Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly appeared beside the Grand Master. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's someone who lost to me. Not bad. You've already broken through. However, you better not be arrogant in front of me. If I could make you kneel down back then, I can do the same now. The inner demons made a weird sound and mocked. Zhuge Mingyang's aura had a trace of Emperor's aura. It was enough to show that he had successfully broken through and became a 1-star combat emperor. Hearing the inner demon's words, Zhuge Mingyang's face was extremely gloomy. That battle in the Bright Sky Palace was the biggest stain in his life. Because of that, he became a joke in the Imperial City. He didn't know how many people were talking about him behind his back. One had to know. He was once the #1 evildoer in the Imperial City. To him it was simply torture. It made him wish he was dead. All these years he had been trying hard to forget about it. However, he couldn't get rid of it. It was like a nightmare that haunted him. So, he hated Qin Feiyang. He especially hated Qin Feiyang. Because the moment Qin Feiyang was born, he took away his title as the #1 evildoer. Later on he killed his own brother, the first prince. Later on he caused his reputation to be ruined. As for Qin Feiyang, he wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. The inner demon smiled playfully. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, he continued, "Actually, it's really hard on you. Your talent is obviously not that good, but you still want to surpass me. If you don't have the potential pill, what are you?" Zhuge Mingyang roared. "Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth? Don't you understand that luck and opportunity are also part of one's strength? Don't talk about me. If I'm not wrong, you should be taking the blood demon pill right now, right? But what's the result? Right now, I can even kill a 9-star combat emperor if I want to. But right now, you can only dominate the 1-star combat emperor. This is the gap between us. Therefore, one must know one's own limits. Otherwise, one will become a joke in the eyes of the world." The inner demon smiled faintly, his face full of disdain. Zhuge Mingyang's face was as gloomy as water. His hands were tightly clenched together, making cracking sounds. These words could be said to have degraded him to the point that he was useless. The imperial tutor turned his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang and said in a low voice, "Don't be fooled by him. He's purposely destroying your confidence. With your talent and ability, as long as you maintain a good attitude, you will surpass him sooner or later." Zhuge Mingyang nodded and let out a long breath. The imperial tutor turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "If you have the ability, stay there and don't leave." After saying that, the shadow disappeared. "Don't kill me," the second Valley Master panicked. He waved his hands and begged for mercy as he retreated to the corner. The inner demons chuckled. With a bloodthirsty smile, he walked towards him step by step. Very soon, the second Valley Master retreated to the stone wall. There was no way out. Plop. He knelt on the ground in panic and begged, "I was forced to do these things for the imperial tutor. I beg you, please let me live." The inner demons laughed. "When you were refining the blood demon pill, did you ever think of letting them go?" "I was wrong. I swear I will never refine the blood demon pill again." Second Valley Master kept kowtowing. Peng Peng, the skin on his forehead was broken. The inner demons chuckled. "Do you regret it?" "Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world." "Don't go too far." The second Valley Master roared. His legs kicked hard and like a sharp arrow he pounced towards the Wolf King. The inner demons chuckled. He raised his hand and slapped the second Valley Master's head. The second Valley Master's head exploded and blood spurted out like an arrow. With a bang, the second Valley Master laid on the ground. He hugged his head and cried out in pain. "I beg you, I know I was wrong, please be merciful and take pity on me. I can be your cow or horse. I also know about the imperial tutor's plot. I'll tell you everything," he shouted anxiously, his face full of despair. The inner demons laughed. "I'm sorry, the head Valley Master will answer these questions." "What? You didn't kill the head Valley Master?" The second Valley Master's eyes trembled. "Yes." The inner demons nodded. "Damn it. If I knew, I wouldn't have escaped." The second Valley Master was filled with regret. He thought that he could survive if he escaped. But he didn't expect that the head Valley Master who didn't escape would survive. At this moment, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Because at that time, the head Valley Master asked him to hold back Qin Feiyang. If he had listened to the head Valley Master, he would be the one who survived. But he had given this chance to live to the head Valley Master. "I was so stupid." The second Valley Master roared unwillingly. "You were really stupid. Otherwise the head Valley Master would be dead now." The inner demons laughed mockingly. He waved his hand and Chang Shui appeared. Poof! In a flash, the second Valley Master's head immediately fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the bowl-sized wound on his neck. "People like you deserve to die." Chapter 1238. After leaving the cave, the inner demons stood high in the sky, glanced at the surrounding mountains and flew towards the exit. Along the way, other than the beasts, they did not meet anyone. Boom! Suddenly, the inner demons released the Emperor's aura, destroying everything in all directions. Blood gathered into a river and flowed into his glabella. "What do you want to do?" Wolf King looked at him in surprise. "Don't meddle in my business. Go to the castle and stay there." The inner demons glanced at it coldly and sent it to the castle. Inhumane. Wolf King cursed angrily. When it needed its help, it was easy to say anything. Once it helped, it immediately turned hostile. Boom. A moment later, the aura of the inner demons suddenly soared to that of a 9-star combat emperor. Murderous aura lingered around his body, like a god of death. The kill formula can be superimposed by a realm. Then, Can it be superimposed to the war god realm now? The inner demons muttered, and his eyes flickered with blood. His current cultivation was a 1-star combat emperor. If it was the same as before, the kill formula could be superimposed by a realm, then his cultivation could directly break through to the war god realm. If it was really possible, then it would be easy to kill the imperial tutor. The kill formula was fully activated. The inner demons crazily absorbed the blood. The kill formula between his eyebrows shone with a bloody light, emitting a monstrous killing intent. All the beasts in the underground world felt this killing intent. They crawled on the ground, trembling, and their fierce eyes were filled with fear. So, his cultivation had been superimposed to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, and he was only 1 step away from the false god realm. But this step was like an insurmountable chasm and he could not break through. Can't it? But it doesn't make sense. The kill formula is a divine art, and it's not a low-level divine art. It should be able to do it. The inner demons frowned. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. A divine art required divine power to unleash its full power. And now what was flowing in his body was battle chi. It was impossible to surpass the war god realm with battle chi alone. In other words, before condensing divine power, the kill character art's peak 9-star combat emperor realm was already the limit. The peak of the 9-star war emperor realm, the inner demons muttered. All of a sudden, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the entrance, his eyes flashing with a hint of madness. Whoosh! Following closely, he transformed into a divine rainbow, streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, and disappeared into the horizon. The people of the underground world had already escaped. The people guarding outside the ice gorge had already fled with everyone else because they were also from the village. At this moment, the ice valley had fallen into a deathly silence. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white-haired old man descended from the sky and landed on top of the ice valley. It was the imperial tutor. Scanning the empty ice valley, the imperial tutor could not help but clench his fists. His expression was extremely ugly. He silently walked through the void of space. A short while later, he arrived in the air above the entrance. Seeing that the entrance was wide open, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of light and flew into the entrance. Not long after the Grand Master entered, the inner demons appeared out of thin air. The Grand Master's divine will could find the ancient castle. Therefore, in order to avoid being found by the Grand Master's divine will, he immediately left the ice valley after coming out of the underground world and hid in the mountains outside. And when he saw the Grand Master enter the ice valley, he followed again. At this moment, he stood in the air above the entrance and looked down at the entrance below. His eyes flashed with a shocking light. Damned little bastard, I will definitely not let you off. Not long after, the Grand Master's angry roar came from the entrance. The inner demons grinned, raised his arm and pointed at the sky. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rays of purple-gold divine light fell, illuminating all directions. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a loud noise that shook the heavens, a statue appeared in the sky, blooming with bright divine light. That's right. This was the third move of the divine dragon art, the supremacy of 9 and 5. The Grand Master's aura was also rapidly approaching the entrance. It was obvious that he had also sensed the aura of the divine dragon art. I want to see how much difference there is between us now. The inner demons muttered. That's right. He stayed here purely to test the difference between a 9-star combat emperor and a false god. Of course, if there was a chance to kill the Grand Master, that would be the best. Finally, the Grand Master rushed out of the entrance. Kill! The inner demons immediately shouted. The statue immediately raised the broken sword in his hand and slashed at the Grand Master. That terrifying edge was earth-shattering. The Grand Master was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the statue. His eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. You actually dare to stay here. He admired Qin Feiyang's courage from the bottom of his heart. But at the same time, his desire to kill Qin Feiyang was unprecedentedly strong. Boom! His figure shuddered as a formidable force of the false god realm burst out from his body like a tide. Clang! Boom! In an instant, the broken sword and the power of the false god clashed in the air. A wave of destructive air immediately appeared out of nowhere and surged in all directions. The ice valley collapsed in an instant. The inner demon spat out purple-gold dragon blood as he retreated. His eyes were filled with horror. Originally, he thought that even if the third style of the dragon god technique could not defeat the Grand Master, it could at least cause some damage to him. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. The broken sword and the statue were crushed into pieces by the Grand Master's false god power. Not to mention causing damage to the Grand Master, not even a strand of his hair was hurt. One had to know. The Grand Master had not used his divine technique yet, but he had broken his divine technique so effortlessly. They were not at the same level at all. Was the difference between a false god and a 9-star combat emperor so big? A mere ant dares to challenge a fake god? You are truly audacious. Now I will let you know how ridiculous you are. The Grand Master smiled contemptuously. He took a step forward and landed in front of the inner demons. So fast. The inner demon's pupils contracted. The Grand Master's current speed was less than 1/10 of his phantom steps. Although there is only one step between a 9-star combat emperor and a false god, there is a world of difference between their senses. Now I'd like to see who can save you. The Imperial Preceptor smiled sinisterly and slapped the inner demon's head. The inner demon's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he entered the ancient castle and drove it away without looking back. Even if you hide in the ancient castle, it won't help. The Grand Master was completely furious. Divine thought emerged and covered all directions. He instantly captured the ancient castle's trajectory. What about me? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Whoosh! Before the voice had died away, a middle-aged man in black appeared in the void above. It's you? The Grand Master's expression changed. Yes, it's me. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. A wisp of divine thought swept out from the top of his head. It carried a monstrous divine power and attacked the Grand Master. Damn it! The Grand Master's face darkened. He quickly retreated and then waved his hand. The ground below suddenly shook violently. Crack! Boom! The next moment, the ground cracked and a stone tower rushed out from the ground. The stone tower was thousands of feet tall. It was dark and shabby. It exuded a strong ancient aura. Is this the underground world? In the ancient castle, the inner demons looked at the stone tower in the image. His eyes were full of surprise. At the same time, the middle-aged man stared at the stone tower. His eyes were full of greed. He said, I want this space divine item. As soon as he finished speaking, the wisp of divine thought that had attacked the Grand Master immediately turned in the air and pounced on the stone tower. You don't have this ability, the Grand Master shouted. A ray of divine light swept out from his body. It was a palm-sized jade pendant. It shone with a dazzling divine light. The inner demons had seen this jade pendant before. It was the jade pendant that appeared when he fought with Ren Duxing in the Magic Dragon Mountains. Revive! The Grand Master roared. The power of the false god rushed into the jade pendant. A mighty divine aura immediately rolled out from the jade pendant. Then, the jade pendant blasted toward the wisp of divine thought. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided. A terrifying divine aura rushed out in all directions. The land within 1,000 miles was instantly razed to the ground. I'm so envious. The inner demons looked at the two people in the image with a yearning expression. If he also had the cultivation of a false god, a mere Grand Master would be nothing to him. Although he was in the center of the battlefield, he was inside the ancient castle. With the protection of the ancient castle, he was not much of a threat to him. While the two of them were fighting, the ancient tower quickly shrank. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared between the Grand Master's eyebrows. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face darkened. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this sooner or later. The Grand Master glared at the middle-aged man in front of him. Then he turned around and fled without looking back. The you naturally included Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man chased after him. However, after a few steps, he stopped and turned his head to look at the void where the ancient castle was. Whoosh! The inner demons appeared in the void. He looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. I didn't expect you to be here. There are many things that you can't imagine. The middle-aged man said. Is that so? But now, there's a problem that I'm very conflicted about. Should I call you Mu Tianyang or Uncle Ren? The inner demons laughed. Yes, this person was Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing laughed. I'm very happy to hear you call me uncle. Hee hee, the inner demon smiled and said, don't tell me that it's a coincidence that you're here? What do you think? Ren Duxing asked. Without waiting for the inner demon's reply, he flew toward the north. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Wasn't the direction that Ren Duxing was going in the direction of that village? Where are you going? The inner demon's eyes flashed. He quickly chased after him and asked. That village. Ren Duxing said. You know? The inner demons was stunned. Ren Duxing said, I discovered that village before you. Of course I know. No, it should be said that Lu Xingqian discovered it before you. Lu Xingqian discovered it before me? Chapter 1239. Before the inner demons finished speaking, Qin Feiyang left the inner world and appeared beside them. Seeing another Qin Feiyang appear, Ren Duxing wasn't surprised at all. He looked at Qin Feiyang's real body and said, You can even control the inner demons, amazing. You know? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Ren Duxing said, There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly and asked, You just said that Lu Xingqian knew about the village before us? Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, So, all of this is Lu Xingqian's plan? Yes. On the surface he asked you to go to the Sea of Reincarnation, but in fact he asked you to go to the village and destroy the force cultivated by the Imperial Master. Ren Duxing said. So that's how it is. The inner demon was enlightened and sneered, That means you're here for that ancient pagoda. Ren Duxing was silent. You've done everything you can, but what's the result? Isn't it all in vain? The inner demons looked at him disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact that I consumed a lot of my divine sense in the Magic Dragon Mountains, the ancient tower would be in my hands now. Ren Duxing stared at the two of them angrily. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Ren Duxing snorted through his nose and continued to fly back to the village. Be careful, he must have some purpose in going to the village. Qin Feiyang secretly warned the inner demons and returned to the inner world. The inner demons looked at Ren Duxing's back with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he took out a portal and walked in. Sensing that the aura of the inner demon had disappeared, Ren Duxing immediately turned his head to look. His brows furrowed slightly at once, and then he also opened a teleportation portal and went in. Swish. Above the village, the inner demons and Ren Duxing appeared one after another. However, there was not a single person in the huge village. Where is he? Ren Duxing glanced at the village, then turned to the inner demons and asked. The inner demon shook his head and said, I don't know. I'm also wondering why they're all gone. Ren Duxing said, Don't play dumb. Their disappearance must have something to do with you. The inner demons said, Judging from your tone, did you come to the village for those villagers? How can a bunch of ants enter my eyes? Ren Duxing was disdainful. Then what are you doing here? The inner demons were curious. Ren Duxing lowered his head and looked at the ancestral grave in the middle of the village. Seeing this, the inner demon's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this Ren Duxing had also developed an interest in the ancestral grave? Whoosh! Suddenly, Ren Duxing turned into a stream of light and swooped down toward the ancestral grave. The inner demons hurriedly chased after him. There must be something hidden in the ancestral grave. They could not let Ren Duxing have his way. Whoosh! Both of them landed in front of the ancestral grave almost at the same time. Ren Duxing looked at the name on the tombstone and his eyes flickered. The inner demon stared at him intently. But suddenly, Ren Duxing raised his head and looked at the void in the distance. His eyes flashed. Before the inner demons could react, he grabbed the inner demons and rushed into a nearby house and stood in front of a window. What are you doing? The inner demons said angrily. Shoo. Ren Duxing made a gesture to keep quiet. At the same time, a wisp of divine consciousness emerged and formed a shield, wrapping the two of them inside. What's this? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Ren Duxing said telepathically, This shield can block the detection of divine consciousness. The inner demons looked at the shield in surprise and followed Ren Duxing's gaze. Soon, a white figure came from the void in the distance like lightning. He really came. The inner demon's pupils shrank. It was the state preceptor. Don't make a sound. Ren Duxing said secretly, restraining his aura to the extreme. The inner demons also quickly restrained their murderous aura. Whoosh. After a few breaths, the state preceptor landed in the sky above the village and glanced at the empty village. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Boom. Following closely, a divine consciousness emerged and instantly enveloped the entire village. A trace of hostility flashed in the state preceptor's eyes, and then he also landed in front of the ancestral grave. What does he want to do? The inner demons was secretly shocked. Does he know what's in the grave? Ren Duxing asked telepathically. What's in it? The inner demons was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Although Lu Xingqian has been here before, it's my first time here. According to Lu Xingqian, there's a seal in the grave. And this seal was set up by the state preceptor. Ren Duxing said secretly. Seal. The inner demon's eyes narrowed and said secretly, then why didn't Lu Xingqian break the seal here? With his ability he should be able to do it. He didn't want to alert the enemy. Because once the seal is broken, the state preceptor will immediately know. Ren Duxing said telepathically. The inner demon said in realization, so that's why you came to the village. Checking the things in the grave is just one of the reasons. My main purpose is to ambush here and snatch the ancient pagoda. Ren Duxing didn't hide anything. Is the ancient pagoda important? Why do you insist on getting it? The inner demons was doubtful. It's very important. Because the original owner of the ancient pagoda is me. Ren Duxing's eyes flashed coldly. What? The inner demons was shocked. This was really beyond his expectations. Back then, after I was sealed by your ancestor, this ancient pagoda was left in the human world. But I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the state preceptor. And I didn't expect him to do such a wicked thing with the ancient pagoda. Ren Duxing snorted coldly. Wicked? The inner demons was slightly stunned and said secretly, are you talking about him refining the blood demon pill and secretly cultivating his forces? That's right. Ren Duxing nodded. You're funny. What's the difference between a cruel king like you and him? The inner demons sneered. In terms of evil, the state preceptor was probably less than 1% of this person. Ren Duxing snorted coldly and said, I've done a lot of evil, but I also have a bottom line. I will never touch the blood demon pill. The inner demons laughed and said, there's a question that I can't figure out. Since the ancient pagoda is a spatial divine item, why doesn't the state preceptor carry it with him? Because he's afraid of being discovered. After all, he's not the only false god in the imperial city. Ren Duxing said. I see. The inner demons nodded. False gods could already capture spatial divine items. And there were indeed many false gods in the imperial city, especially Old Man Qin. He had long been suspicious of the state preceptor. If the state preceptor carried the ancient pagoda with him, he might really be discovered after a long time. Ren Duxing looked at the back of the state preceptor, and his eyes flashed. He said telepathically, Qin Feiyang, how about we cooperate? Oh. The inner demons was taken aback and asked secretly. Ren Duxing said, you help me get the ancient pagoda and the things in the tomb will belong to you. The inner demons laughed and said, you think too highly of me. With my strength, how can I help you? I don't need you to accompany me to fight the state preceptor. I just need you to take me and get close to him without him knowing. As long as I get close to him, I can kill him with a single blow. Ren Duxing said telepathically. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. The inner demon shook his head. You? Ren Duxing looked at him angrily and said, don't you have a technique that can make you invisible? Who told you that? The inner demons frowned. Mu Qing. He wouldn't lie to me. Ren Duxing said in a deep voice. The inner demons said, I have a technique that can make me invisible, but this technique can only be activated once a day. I have already activated it today. This sentence did not lie to Ren Duxing. When he assassinated the Valley Master, he did activate the concealment technique. But Ren Duxing might not believe it. Really? He looked at the inner demons doubtfully. Believe it or not. The inner demons did not bother to pay attention to him. He raised his head and looked at the state preceptor through the window. Ren Duxing looked at the inner demons and frowned. Boom. Suddenly, the state preceptor, who was standing in front of the tombstone, waved his arm and the tomb suddenly fell apart. And with the collapse of the tomb, a half-meter-tall small tree appeared in the sight of the inner demons. The small tree was black all over with 3 slender branches. Every leaf on the branches was emitting a hazy black light. The inner demons was stunned. They did not expect that there was a small tree in the tomb. And at the top of the 3 branches of the small tree, there were 3 black fruits. That is, hearing this, Ren Duxing raised his head and looked over. His eyes immediately glowed green. What is it? The inner demons secretly said. Ren Duxing said, if you promise to help me, I will tell you. The inner demons said angrily, I already said that there is no way to activate the concealment technique today. I thought of a plan. You send me to the castle first, then you will be the bait to get close to the state preceptor, and I will wait for the opportunity to act. Ren Duxing said. Do you think it is possible? The inner demons sneered. The alchemy mantra and the 6-word divine formula were in the castle. How could he let Ren Duxing go there? I will tell you first, that small tree is called the Tree of Fortune. The Tree of Fortune will emit an invisible force. This force is pervasive, but it is harmless to the human body. On the contrary, it can bring great benefits to people. Because this force can slowly change a person's physique. In short, it can let a person be reborn from a waste to a genius. Rin Duxing secretly said. What? The inner demons was dumbfounded. There was actually such an outrageous thing in this world? Rin Duxing said again, it is not an exaggeration to say that this tree of fortune is more valuable than a divine artifact, and the fruits it bears are also very useful. I was wondering why the people in this village have such good talent and potential. It turns out that it is because of this tree of fortune. The inner demons said. The opportunity will not come again. Hurry up and make a decision. Rin Duxing urged. But there was also a trace of greed in his eyes. The inner demons asked, what is the use of its fruit? You will know when you open the next page of the alchemy mantra. Rin Duxing said. The next page of the alchemy mantra. The inner demons murmured. Feiyang, Uncle Yuan has a way to let you reap the benefits. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in the mind of the inner demons. Uncle Yuan. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang both heard this voice and their spirits were suddenly lifted. Uncle Yuan, where are you? Both of them shouted in their hearts. When it is time to show up, Uncle Yuan will show up. Now listen to Uncle Yuan when you do this. Uncle Yuan's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the inner demons and Qin Feiyang. Understood. The inner demons secretly responded, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Rin Duxing, shook his head and said, no matter what, I will not let you go to the castle, but I have an idea. A trace of anger flashed in Rin Duxing's eyes, but he immediately concealed it and asked secretly, what is it? The inner demon's eyes flashed and said, I will lend you Chang Shui, and with Chang Shui's ability, you will definitely be able to easily defeat the state preceptor. Chang Shui. Chapter 1240. Although Rin Duxing concealed his greed very well, it was still caught by the inner demons. He secretly sneered and said, however, I have a condition. What condition? Rin Duxing was taken aback and asked. The inner demons said, the seal of slavery. What? Rin Duxing's expression changed and he shook his head. That's impossible. While the two were talking, the Grand Preceptor waved his hand, and a black shield appeared around the tree of creation. That was the seal. Chang Shui is such an important thing and I can give it to you. What else do you have to worry about? Moreover, after I get it, you can return Chang Shui to me, and I will immediately remove the seal of slavery. The inner demons said. Rin Duxing looked at the inner demons, his expression uncertain. Crack. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the barrier protecting the tree of creation shattered. An obscure energy immediately surged in all directions. This was the energy emitted by the tree of creation. It was just that it was sealed before, so it was not obvious. The inner demons said indifferently, as you said, the opportunity will not come again. Hurry up and make a decision. He deliberately showed that he did not care. Okay. I agree. But if you dare to play any tricks, I will immediately destroy Chang Shui. Rin Duxing gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. The inner demons formed a seal with both hands, and the seal of slavery instantly condensed. Release your divine sense, don't resist. The inner demons waved his hand, and the seal of slavery swept into Rin Duxing's head like lightning. Although the seal of slavery would backfire when controlling someone stronger than oneself, as long as the other party did not resist and willingly accepted the control, there was no risk. Rin Duxing clenched his hands tightly, enduring the pain. In an instant, the seal of slavery was completed. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor walked in front of the tree of creation and reached out to grab it. The inner demons immediately took out the Chang Shui and threw it to Rin Duxing. Rin Duxing also instantly erased the blood contract in the Chang Shui, and then dripped his blood to claim ownership. How is this possible? There's actually a seal inside Chang Shui? Rin Duxing was startled after he dripped his blood on it to recognize it as its master. Seal? The inner demons were stunned. Is there a seal in Chang Shui? Why didn't he sense it? Could it be that his cultivation level wasn't high enough? But in the next moment, Rin Duxing came back to his senses. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed out of the window and rushed towards the Imperial Tutor. In the meantime, a strand of divine sense flowed into Chang Shui. Chang Shui instantly emitted a resplendent milky light, and a monstrous sharpness surged out. The inner demons was stunned. This was the first time he saw Chang Shui erupt with such a terrifying sharpness. Chang Shui, how strong are you? He muttered to himself and entered the castle. The battle between Rin Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor was not something he could participate in. Who's there? In the meantime, The Imperial Preceptor roared and turned to look at Ren Duxing. His expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly turned back, grabbed the Tree of Creation and uprooted it. But just as he was about to put it away, Ren Duxing rushed in front of him. With a gentle wave of the Chang Shui, he cut off the Imperial Preceptor's wrist. The palm holding the Tree of Creation fell to the ground with a thud. So sharp? Ren Duxing was stunned and then looked at Chang Shui in shock. The Imperial Preceptor was a pseudo-god. How could it be cut off so easily? At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor was also shocked. He did not even care about the Tree of Creation. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Why is the Chang Shui in your hands?" "Of course it was Qin Feiyang who gave it to me." Ren Duxing smiled sinisterly. After seeing how terrifying Chang Shui was, his confidence soared. He charged at the Imperial Preceptor like lightning and said with a sinister smile, "Today is the day you die." The Imperial Preceptor's face turned pale. The aura emitted by Chang Shui made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Boom. He did not hesitate to take out the jade pendant. The power of the pseudo-god surged and instantly recovered. He blasted it toward Ren Duxing. Cut. Ren Duxing roared. The Chang Shui in his hand flew out like a bolt of lightning. It streaked across the sky and collided with the jade pendant. A shocking scene appeared. That fully awakened jade pendant was actually sliced in half by Chang Shui with one slash. It was as simple as cutting tofu. What? At this moment, whether it was the Imperial Preceptor, Ren Duxing, or the inner demons and Fatso in the ancient castle, they all widened their eyes in anger. A divine artifact was destroyed just like that? Was this a dream? How could Chang Shui be so powerful? It was unbelievable. The jade pendant was a divine artifact. However, it was so fragile in front of Chang Shui. What level of divine artifact was Chang Shui? The Imperial Preceptor spat out blood. The destruction of the jade pendant caused him severe injuries. His old face was pale. "Old man, you won't be as lucky today as you were in the Magic Dragon Mountains." Ren Duxing suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, the Chang Shui turned in the air and returned to his hand. He grabbed the Chang Shui and rushed toward the Imperial Preceptor crazily. The Imperial Preceptor panicked when he saw the Chang Shui. He immediately fled at full speed without looking back. "Where do you think you're going?" But at this moment, the inner demons stood in front of him, their eyes shining with a bloodthirsty light. He formed a seal with both hands and the divine dragon seal appeared in the air. It carried a rolling divine power and blasted toward the Imperial Preceptor. Then he immediately disappeared. He came out of the ancient castle not to kill the Imperial Preceptor, but to block the Imperial Preceptor's retreat and fight for a chance for Ren Duxing. After all, he knew his own limits. With his current strength he could not fight a false god head-on. Little bastard, the Imperial Preceptor was furious but he did not dare to stop. The power of the false god surged in his palm and he slapped the divine dragon seal. Boom. The divine dragon seal shattered on the spot. At the same time Ren Duxing threw out the Chang Shui again. Whoosh. The Chang Shui cut through the air, creating an ear-piercing screech as it rubbed against the air. In the next moment, it sank into the Imperial Preceptor's back and out of his lower abdomen. Then, a 3-finger-wide bloody hole appeared on the Imperial Preceptor's lower abdomen. It went through the front and back and blood spurted out like a fountain. "Ah!" He screamed and fell down powerlessly. His entire face was distorted by the pain. Bang! In the end, he fell on the grass outside the village, creating a deep pit on the ground. Whoosh! Ren Duxing immediately swooped down and landed in front of the Imperial Preceptor. He sneered and said, "You didn't expect that with just the Chang Shui, you wouldn't be able to fight back." The Imperial Preceptor was silent and stared at Ren Duxing with hatred. "If you hadn't expelled Qin Feiyang from the capital back then now the Chang Shui wouldn't be in my hands but in yours. Then the person lying here at this moment would definitely be me." Ren Duxing sneered. Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor's eyes trembled. That's right. If that incident hadn't happened back then, Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't be his enemy, let alone help Mu Tianyang. There's a good saying, karma is a circle, retribution is not good. Back then you expelled Qin Feiyang, this is the cause, and now you died because of Qin Feiyang, this is the effect. However, you can't be blamed for this. Because at that time, neither you nor the current emperor would have thought that Qin Feiyang would have today's achievements. Ren Duxing sneered. A wisp of divine sense entered the Imperial Preceptor's body, forcibly took out the ancient tower, and instantly erased the blood contract inside. The Imperial Preceptor smiled bitterly. Ren Duxing glanced at him disdainfully, then cut his finger and dripped blood to bind it. Whoosh. At this time, the inner demons appeared, looked down at the Imperial Preceptor and laughed. Old bastard, are you happy? The Imperial Preceptor said angrily, you are helping the evildoer. Sooner or later, you will kill everyone in the Great Qin Empire. Is that so? The inner demons smiled indifferently. Of course. What kind of person do you think Mu Tianyang is? He is bloodthirsty and cruel. When he revives the Tianyang Empire, no one in the Great Qin Empire will be spared. The Imperial Preceptor shouted. Is that so? The inner demons turned to look at Ren Duxing. What do you think? Ren Duxing asked. I think what he said should be true, but what does this have to do with me? The inner demon smiled coldly, stretched out his hand and said indifferently, return Chang Shui to me. Chang Shui. Ren Duxing put the ancient tower into his body, looked down at Chang Shui, and the greed in his eyes could not be concealed. The inner demon said playfully, do you want it? Will you give it to me? Ren Duxing asked. What do you think? The inner demons asked. I don't think so. Ren Duxing shook his head. The inner demons mocked. Then what are you thinking about? Don't forget that you are now controlled by the seal of slavery. Seal of slavery? Ren Duxing was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? The inner demons asked. The power Chang Shui has shown so far is stronger than I thought. And if the seal is broken, how strong will it be? Can you imagine? Ren Duxing said. What does this have to do with you? The inner demons said. Of course it does. Do you think I will return such a terrifying artifact to you? Ren Duxing laughed. The inner demons was not surprised at all, because it was all within his expectations. Don't threaten me with the seal of slavery. Although I don't understand the seal of slavery with the strength of my divine sense, do you really think you can destroy my soul? Ren Duxing joked. The inner demons clapped and said with a smile, wonderful, wonderful. Continue. Ren Duxing raised his eyebrows. The inner demon's confident and calm attitude made him very uncomfortable. He said, the tree of creation, Chang Shui, and the ancient pagoda, don't even think about touching any of them. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Ha! The state preceptor next to him laughed and got up awkwardly. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloatingly and said, do you see his face clearly? You are asking a tiger for its skin by cooperating with him. The inner demons glanced at him, then looked at Ren Duxing and said, you know what? I have never trusted you and Lu Xingqian, but why did I dare to give you Chang Shui? What? Ren Duxing frowned. The inner demons joked, because an old man asked me to do so. An old man? Ren Duxing was surprised. The state preceptor also looked suspicious. What kind of old man would ask Qin Feiyang to do such a stupid thing? The inner demons looked at Ren Duxing and said with a smile, this old man told me that the seal of slavery is very powerful. As long as someone is controlled, no matter how strong their cultivation is, their soul will be instantly erased, including yours. What? Chapter 1241. The inner demons joked. Hearing my words, do you feel like you've fallen from heaven to hell? Ha! Ren Duxing laughed and said, do you think I'll believe you just because you say a few words? The inner demons was stunned and shook his head helplessly, saying, I'm really not joking. Ren Duxing sneered and said, then tell me what level of battle art is this slave seal of yours? Don't tell me it's also a divine art. I don't know either. The inner demon shook his head. Then how dare you say such big words? Get out of my sight immediately or don't blame me for being polite. Ren Duxing shouted. Why don't you believe me? That old man won't lie to me. The inner demons rubbed his forehead and said weakly. Ren Duxing sneered and said, then call him out and let me see. I can't do that. That old man is mysterious and unpredictable. If he doesn't want to appear, then no one can make him appear. The inner demons shrugged. Stop pretending to be mysterious here. If you don't get lost, you'll definitely regret it. Ren Duxing shouted, his face full of contempt. The inner demons grinned and said, then let me tell you, if you don't hand over Chang Shui, you'll definitely regret it. Then I'd like to see how you're going to make me regret it. Ren Duxing crossed his arms, his eyes full of ridicule. You're really not afraid? You'll lose your life. The inner demons said. Then you'll make me lose my life. Ren Duxing sneered, fearless. Are you sure? The inner demons asked. I'm sure. Ren Duxing looked at him coldly. Sighed. Why are there so many people in this world who want to die? It's hard to be a good person. I can't help it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The inner demons sighed deeply. Ren Duxing crossed his arms over his chest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this person could play. But suddenly, He felt a sharp pain in his head. What happened? His gaze trembled and his face was filled with bewilderment. Following closely. The pain became more and more intense, and his head felt like it was about to explode. He couldn't help but hug his head and lay on the ground howling in pain. Why is this happening? Ren Duxing's face was filled with disbelief. The state preceptor was also dumbfounded. Even divine sense couldn't block the enslavement seal. Wasn't this too overbearing? I already said that the old man wouldn't lie to me, but you didn't believe me. How do you feel now? The inner demon looked down at Ren Duxing condescendingly, his face full of sarcasm. This is impossible, Ren Duxing said as he shook his head vigorously. Nothing is impossible in this world. The inner demons chuckled and said, when you heard that I took the initiative to give you Chang Shui, weren't you overjoyed? Ren Duxing suddenly raised his head and looked at the inner demons. Humph. The inner demons snorted from his nose, and a strong bloody light appeared in his eyes. He said, do you think that I don't know what you're thinking? Do you think that you have the right to touch Chang Shui? Ren Duxing endured the pain and stared at the inner demons, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, a stiff smile appeared on his face. He said, I was just joking just now. Don't take it seriously. Joking? Hee hee, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe whatever you say? The inner demons had a mocking expression. Then what do you want? Don't forget the agreement between you and Lu Xingqian. Now we're in a cooperative relationship. Ren Duxing said in a deep voice. You know that we have an agreement? I thought you didn't know. But what were you doing just now? Weren't you very strong just now? You even told me to get lost? And you were rude to me. What? Now that you're scared, you talk about an agreement with me. Don't you think it's funny? The inner demon sneered. No matter what, I have no ill intentions towards you. Ren Duxing said. If you have no ill intentions, why did you steal my Chang Shui? Although you were once the emperor who ruled the world, don't forget that the Tianyang Empire has fallen. It's the Great Qin Empire now. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want. The inner demon's eyes turned cold. With a thought, he directly erased Ren Duxing's soul. Bang! Ren Duxing immediately fell to the ground and breathed his last. Seeing this scene, the state preceptor was shocked. He even killed the emperor of the previous dynasty just like that. How cold was this man's heart? The inner demons waved his hand and Chang Shui flew into the air and landed in his hand. Then he put Ren Duxing's body into the castle. Ren Duxing was Ren Wushuang's father. So, no matter what, he had to give the body to Ren Wushuang. Then, the inner demons looked at the state preceptor with murderous intent in his eyes. Don't you dare hurt my ancestor. But at this moment, accompanied by a stern shout, 5 figures rushed out from the nearby mountains. The 5 of them were quite old and their aura was terrifying. Whoosh! They were surrounded by bloody mist and were extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the sky above the inner demons. 4 of them didn't say a word. They directly formed 4 golden light swords and charged toward the inner demon with destructive sharpness. The remaining 1 rushed toward the state preceptor. The inner demons looked up at the 5 of them and narrowed his eyes slightly. They were all 9-star combat emperors. You're courting death. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the divine dragon seal appeared in the sky. In an instant, it grew to hundreds of feet and surged with divine power, blasting toward the 4 battle swords. The 4 of them snorted coldly and raised their hands in the air. Clang! Crack! The 4 light swords suddenly erupted with a strong divine power and the sharpness tore the sky and split the earth. What? Divine art. The inner demon's expression changed. Rumble. The divine dragon seal and the 4 light swords met in mid-air like a collision of comets. A terrifying wave of air emerged out of thin air and rushed in all directions. The inner demons lifted the wave of air on the spot and blood gushed out. His flesh was lacerated and lacerated. The 9-star combat emperor who flew toward the state preceptor was also bombarded by the wave of air and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. But he did not take a step back. He gritted his teeth and flew in front of the state preceptor. He picked up the state preceptor and escaped without looking back. Let's go. Seeing this, the 4 people who attacked the inner demons immediately turned around and fled. You want to save someone from my hands? You're dreaming. The inner demons was furious. His murderous aura surged to the sky. Brr. He flew into the sky and the purple gold dragon soul roared out. Innate divine ability, Emperor Divine Prison. The inner demon let out a loud roar, and that invisible pressure swept across the sky like a torrential flood, rushing toward the 5 people. The 5 of them were imprisoned in the void on the spot. This person is too strong. You guys go quickly. Explode. One of them roared and a destructive aura erupted from his body. The next moment, his body exploded in the void. How shocking was the self-destruction of a 9-star combat emperor. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could destroy heaven and earth. Crack. Boom. The billowing wave of air was earth-shattering and destroying everything. Self-destruction without a word. Isn't this too risky? The inner demon's expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately hid in the ancient castle. What's going on? Why did someone come out to save the imperial preceptor? Could it be the people from that village? In the ancient castle, Fatso looked at the inner demons in surprise. No, I've never seen them. The inner demon shook his head and his expression was extremely gloomy. Then who are they? Fatso frowned. I don't know. But from the way they addressed the imperial preceptor, it's not difficult to guess that they should be the imperial preceptor's descendants. The inner demons said. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said, that's right. They call the imperial preceptor ancestor. They must be related to the imperial preceptor by blood. Swish. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared from the inner world and said, but I've never heard of the imperial preceptor having descendants? The inner demons looked up at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, could it be that in addition to the mysterious organization that we destroyed, he has cultivated another force? It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. How deep is this old man hiding? The inner demons rubbed his temples. He had a headache. Not good. Suddenly, the inner demon's eyes trembled. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The inner demons looked at everyone and said in annoyance, the tree of creation is still outside. It's probably been destroyed by that person's self-explosion. Fatso's expression stiffened and he said angrily, how can you be so careless? Shouldn't you grab such an important thing as soon as possible? The inner demons wanted to explain but he was powerless to do so. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, it's us who can't run away. It's not us who can't force it. Look on the bright side. Besides, we also got that ancient pagoda. It's not a loss. Ancient pagoda? The inner demons was slightly stunned. He patted his head hard and almost forgot about it. He quickly sank his mind into Ren Duxing's body. Where's the ancient pagoda? Immediately, the inner demon's expression stiffened. There was no ancient pagoda in Ren Duxing's body? Previously, he saw with his own eyes that the ancient pagoda was taken into Ren Duxing's body. It's gone? How is that possible? Fatso, Wolf King and the other beasts surrounded him. They all looked surprised but there was a trace of a sinister smile in their eyes. The inner demons looked up at them and frowned. Did you take it away? No. We didn't see it at all. Fatso hurriedly said. Are you sure? I don't believe it. It grew wings and flew away. The inner demon's face turned cold and looked at Fatso unkindly. Fatso shrunk his neck and couldn't help but feel guilty. Big brother, the ancient pagoda is on him. Suddenly, a young and tender voice sounded. The inner demons looked up and saw Wang Lin, that little girl, raising her small hand and pointing at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's body stiffened and turned his head to glare fiercely at Wang Lin. But Wang Lin wasn't afraid of it. She stuck out her tongue at Wolf King and made a face looking extremely cute. Hand it over immediately. The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf with a face full of anger. No. The white-eyed wolf shook his head like a rattledrum. It had long coveted Qin Feiyang's ancient castle, but because the ancient castle was left to Qin Feiyang by Uncle Yuan, it didn't dare to have any ideas. And now, it definitely didn't want to hand over this spatial divine object. I'll say it again, give it to me. The inner demon said word by word, his face incomparably cold. You already have an ancient castle, why do you still have this ancient pagoda? Wolf King muttered in dissatisfaction, then looked at Qin Feiyang's original body for help. Qin Feiyang's original body rolled his eyes and directly went into the inner world. This bastard wolf cub should be taught a lesson. Are you going to give it to me or not? The inner demons was angry. Chapter 1242. After the white-eyed wolf handed over the ancient pagoda, the inner demons relaxed. Fatso asked, can we enter the ancient pagoda to cultivate? The inner demons joked, do you want to go? I can send you in now. Okay. Fatso nodded. There was an underground world inside the ancient pagoda. It was much bigger than the ancient castle and they had more freedom inside. Cough cough. The white-eyed wolf coughed and stared at Fatso. Why are we waiting for Fat Lord? Fatso looked at it with dissatisfaction. You really want to go in? The white-eyed wolf said. Is there a problem? Fatso was puzzled. The white-eyed wolf said angrily, Are you an idiot? Did you forget that the time inside the ancient castle has changed? Yes. Fatso suddenly realized. He looked at the inner demons and waved his hand, Don't send me in. Although the ancient castle is small, I have a deep affection for it after so many years. I really don't want to leave it. Idiot. The inner demon rolled her eyes at him. She cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership. She sighed, If we had this ancient pagoda in the forgotten continent, Yen Wei's people wouldn't have to stay in the endless ocean. Everyone nodded. The underground world was vast and boundless. It was enough for the people of the Sky Tiger tribe to build their own home. The inner demons took a deep breath and waved its hand. The ancient pagoda flew into its forehead and then left the ancient castle. But in the next moment it appeared again. It was dripping with blood. What happened? Fatso and the others were surprised. The self-destruction of the 9-star combat emperor was too powerful. I'm afraid we will have to wait for a while before we can leave. I don't know if Uncle Yuan is still here. The inner demons whispered. Uncle Yuan? Fatso and Wolf King were bewildered. The inner demons said, The person who asked me to give Chang Shui to Ren Duxing was Uncle Yuan. But at that time I only heard his voice and didn't see him. Uncle Yuan is back? Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other, their eyes filled with ecstasy. Temple of Light. In a certain alchemy room. Lu Xingqian was standing in front of the pill furnace refining pills. Just as Ren Duxing was killed, his body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood into the pill furnace. Rumble. Not only were the pills destroyed but the pill furnace had also exploded. How could this be? Ren Duxing? He stood on the ground muttering to himself, his pale face full of disbelief. Thousands of miles away from the village, above a forest, four silhouettes were flying as fast as lightning. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and their eyes were filled with weakness. One of them was holding a white-haired old man. This person was the state preceptor. The state preceptor turned his head and looked behind, saying in a deep voice, They didn't chase after us. Let's take a rest. The four nodded and landed on a mountain peak. After putting down the state preceptor, the four of them knelt on the ground and blamed themselves. Ancestor, we're sorry. We came too late. It's okay. The state preceptor waved his hand and sat on a blue stone. He swallowed a spirit sea pill and looked in the direction of the village, his eyes flashing with a piercing cold light. A moment later, he retracted his gaze and looked at the four of them, saying, Fortunately, you didn't come in time. Otherwise, even you would have died under that changshui. Ancestor, are you talking about the dagger in Qin Feiyang's hand? The four of them were surprised. Yes. That dagger is too terrifying. It destroyed my divine artifact without any effort. Recalling the scene of the jade pendant being destroyed, the state preceptor couldn't help but feel terrified. What? Even the jade pendant was destroyed. What about the ancient pagoda and the tree of creation? The four of them looked at the state preceptor nervously. It's gone. It's all gone. The state preceptor clenched his hands tightly and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This time, he had lost more than a little. The divine weapon jade pendant, the ancient pagoda, the tree of creation, and the men of sacrifice that he had cultivated for thousands of years were all destroyed. It could be said that his efforts over the years were all for naught. Hearsay. The four of them looked gloomy. One of the old men suddenly shouted, We can't let this go. Yes. An eye for an eye. Qin Feiyang destroyed our efforts. We can't let him have it easy. The other three were also seething with anger. The state preceptor looked at the four of them and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sneered, I'll make him pay. Come, follow me to the imperial city. Okay. The four of them nodded. One of them opened a portal. Then the four of them followed the state preceptor and entered the portal. Inside the ancient castle, the inner demons waited anxiously. He didn't have any feelings for Uncle Yuan before because he was the inner demons and didn't have any feelings. However, as his temperament changed, he gradually developed feelings for Yuan Bo that were hard to part with. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and took out the image crystal. A purple-clothed young man immediately appeared in the void. It was Lu Xingqian. What are you doing? The inner demons said impatiently. Where's Ren Duxing? Lu Xingqian asked with a gloomy face. Killed him. The inner demons smiled coldly and moved the image crystal. The dead Ren Duxing lying on the ground immediately came into Lu Xingqian's sight. You killed him? Lu Xingqian's face stiffened and he shouted. Yes. I killed him. The inner demons said. What? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Lu Xingqian said angrily. Yes, it's cooperation. It's also because of cooperation that I lent Chang Shui to him. But I didn't expect him to want to take it for himself. Is that possible? How can he touch what belongs to me, Qin Feiyang? The inner demons looked at Lu Xingqian arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. That's impossible. Before I left, I told him not to do anything to destroy our relationship. Lu Xingqian shook his head. The point is, he did it. Of course I won't show mercy. The inner demons sneered. Then you could have sent me a message. I could have persuaded him. Why did you kill him? Lu Xingqian shouted hysterically. Persuade? Don't you know what kind of person I am? For those who dare to plot against me, I won't let them go even if they're the emperor. The inner demons snorted coldly. Lu Xingqian fell silent. I'm very busy. Is there anything else? The inner demons said coldly. I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If I find out that you're lying to me, I won't let it go. Lu Xingqian said gloomily. Anytime. The inner demons smiled arrogantly and turned off the image crystal. Fatso laughed and said, This is the first time I've seen Lu Xingqian so angry. The inner demons sneered and said, This means that Ren Duxing's death is very harmful to him. Swish. After saying that, the inner demons left the castle again. The village outside had long been reduced to ashes. Not even a piece of sawdust was left. The inner demons stood high in the sky and scanned the surroundings. The destructive power of the 9-star combat emperor's self-destruction had dissipated a lot. Uncle Yuan, where are you? The inner demons shouted loudly, spreading in all directions. But after waiting for a while, they did not hear Uncle Yuan's response. Has he already left? The inner demons looked quite disappointed. Qin Feiyang also appeared from the inner world and looked around. His eyes were filled with longing. The inner demons turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, It seems that Uncle Yuan has really left. He really comes and goes like a ghost. Qin Feiyang sighed. Ah. However, before he could finish his sentence, a faint laughter echoed in the void. Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were refreshed and quickly scanned the surroundings. Swish. The next moment. In the void in front of the two, a white-haired old man appeared out of thin air. Uncle Yuan? The two hurriedly looked over. They saw the white-robed old man standing in the void. His snow-white robe was spotless. His white hair fluttered in the wind. There was no aura from his body. He was like an ordinary old man. Feiyang, long time no see. Uncle Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. His wrinkled face was full of kindness and doting. Looking at that familiar face, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually filled with a mist, blurring his vision. Uncle Yuan blamed himself and said, I'm very sorry for leaving without saying goodbye back then. Qin Feiyang could not hold it in anymore. He threw himself into Uncle Yuan's arms like a child who had found his family. Uncle Yuan reached out his hand and patted Qin Feiyang's back. He smiled and said, Silly child, how old are you? Still crying. Who said you can't cry when you grow up? Uncle Yuan, I really miss you, Qin Feiyang murmured, tears gushing out like a spring. I miss you too. Uncle Yuan smiled. His eyes could not help but moisten. The inner demons stood at the side. Looking at the two with tears in their eyes, they could not help but feel a trace of envy. After a long time, Qin Feiyang climbed up from Uncle Yuan's arms. He firmly grasped that old hand and looked up at Uncle Yuan with expectation. He asked, Since you've come back this time, you won't leave again, right? Uncle Yuan smiled and said, You've already grown up. You have your own path to walk and I also have my own things to do. So, in other words, this was just a short meeting. Qin Feiyang immediately lowered his head. His eyes were full of reluctance. Silly child, the future is long. We'll meet again sooner or later. Uncle Yuan rubbed Qin Feiyang's head. His face was full of doting. Then he looked up at the inner demons and said, You come here too. The inner demons were unprecedentedly obedient. They walked in front of Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, This is our first official meeting. The inner demons nodded. Uncle Yuan said, Thank you for not hurting Feiyang. Seeing Uncle Yuan being so polite, the inner demons felt a bit uneasy. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, If you don't mind, you can also call me Uncle Yuan. Can I? The inner demons was a bit nervous. Of course. Didn't you call me that before? Uncle Yuan smiled and said. The inner demons smiled embarrassedly. Uncle Yuan raised both hands. One hand grabbed the inner demons' hand, the other hand grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. he smiled and said, "You're all good children. Uncle Yuan is proud of you. Uncle Yuan hopes that you can always get along peacefully like this." Not interested. The inner demons glanced at Qin Feiyang. Then he turned his head and looked away, showing a cold and arrogant attitude. "I'm also not interested." Qin Feiyang snorted through his nose. Uncle Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Okay, stop bickering. Where's that wolf cub?" "He's in the castle," Qin Feiyang said. Uncle Yuan said, "Take me in. I want to see him and meet your friends." Okay. Chapter 1243. Inside the castle. "Old man, I finally see you again. You don't know how much I've missed you all these years." When Uncle Yuan appeared in the castle, the white-eyed wolf immediately pounced on him. "Really?" Uncle Yuan squatted on the ground and rubbed the white-eyed wolf's little head. His eyes were full of love. More real than real gold. The white-eyed wolf nodded and smiled. "Old man, look, I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for so long. Do you have any greeting gifts? If it's too expensive, I don't want it. As long as you give me more than a dozen god arts and more than a dozen god weapons, I'll be satisfied." Asking for a gift was his real purpose. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons' faces darkened. More than a dozen god arts and more than a dozen god weapons, this was called a little? This guy dared to ask. And Fatso, the double-winged snow eagle, and the other beasts stood silently at the side, looking at Uncle Yuan curiously. Because this was the first time they saw Uncle Yuan in person. Before this, they had heard all kinds of rumors. It was hard to imagine that this legendary figure was so amiable. He was simply an old grandpa next door. There will definitely be a greeting gift. Uncle Yuan shook his head and smiled. He got up and looked at Fatso, the double-winged snow eagle, and the other beasts. He smiled and said, "I believe everyone already knows me, so I won't introduce myself." Everyone laughed foolishly. "Don't be so reserved. You are the people Feiyang trusts the most. That's also the people this old man trusts the most." Uncle Yuan smiled. Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. Facing such a legendary figure, how could they not be reserved? Uncle Yuan said, "In the future you can also call me Uncle Yuan. I won't favor one and discriminate against the other." Everyone looked at each other. Listening to what he said, could it be that he really prepared a greeting gift for them? Uncle Yuan lightly smiled. He raised his aged arm and lightly waved it. A formless energy immediately surged out. Everyone was shocked. "Don't be nervous." Uncle Yuan smiled. That invisible force turned into wisps of pure energy and entered everyone's body. Boom. In an instant. Other than the Head Valley Master and Wang Lin's 8 children, everyone else's aura burst out uncontrollably from their bodies. Following closely. Everyone's aura surged crazily. In less than 3 breaths. Under the shocked gazes of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, the cultivation of Fatso Wolf King, and the other beasts actually broke through 2 minor realms in succession. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other in shock. The Grand Valley Master was dumbfounded. With a wave of his hand, he helped everyone raise their cultivation levels by 2 minor levels. What a heaven-defying method. Who exactly was this old man? Fatso Wolf King, and the other beasts were stunned for a moment before they went wild with joy. Of course. They were also deeply shocked by Yuan Bo's godly means. Uncle Yuan glanced at everyone and waved his hand. That formless energy dissipated. He smiled and asked, "Is everyone satisfied?" "Satisfied, satisfied. If we can all raise our cultivation to the War Emperor level, then we will be even more satisfied." Wolf King chuckled. "Don't be discontent." The inner demons glared at him fiercely. Brother was just saying, "Why are you so serious?" Wolf King pursed his lips. Yuan Bo shook his head and smiled, saying, "Seeing you all so united, this old man can be completely relieved." "Yuan Bo, are you leaving now?" Fatso asked. Yuan Bo nodded. Everyone present, especially Qin Feiyang, was extremely disappointed. Yuan Bo looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Feiyang, I can understand your feelings, but life is like this. Fate comes and goes, and separation and reunion." "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he understood, he was still reluctant. Yuan Bo smiled and waved his hand. A half-meter-tall black tree appeared out of thin air. Tree of Creation. The inner demon's eyes lit up. He thought it was destroyed, but he didn't expect Yuan Bo to find it. Yuan Bo waved his hand, and the Tree of Creation floated in front of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, smiling. "This Tree of Creation can be called a divine tree, you must take good care of it." Divine tree. Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Tree of Creation, then looked at Yuan Bo and asked, What's with the slave seal? He originally thought that the slave seal couldn't control existences above the false god realm, but he never thought that it could. Yuan Bo said, the slave seal is not a battle art, but a divine art and a peak level one. What? A peak level divine art? I seem to remember that the mysterious lady said that the slave seal was created by her? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yuan Bo smiled. With her ability she can't create such a heaven-defying divine art. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Yuan Bo, you know her too? Of course. I have some connections with her. Yuan Bo said. What connections? Qin Feiyang was curious. Yuan Bo shook his head and smiled. I can't say, but when you see her in the future, you can't be too presumptuous. So mysterious? Qin Feiyang was surprised, asking, then where did the slave seal come from? A miracle. Yuan Bo said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, as if he suddenly thought of something. You mean the miracle in Forgotten Continent? Yes. Yuan Bo nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. In the past, he wanted to enter that miracle to become stronger, but he didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying divine art inside. Now he was looking forward to it more and more. All right. I remember Rin Duxing said that there is a seal inside the Changshui. Is that true? The inner demon suddenly asked. I don't know. Yuan Bo shook his head. You don't know? Whether it was the inner demons or Qin Feiyang, they didn't believe it. I really don't know. In this world there are very few things that I can't see through, and Changshui and the castle are one of them. Yuan Bo said. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Even Yuan Bo couldn't see through it? Qin Feiyang said, then where did Changshui and the castle come from? Yuan Bo has no right to tell you this. Yuan Bo shook his head. Then who has this right? Qin Feiyang frowned. Your parents. Yuan Bo said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel powerless. If his mother would tell him, she would have done so long ago. Why would she wait until now? Yuan Bo sighed secretly, looked at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons and said with a smile, I should go, but before I leave I have something to tell you. As he said, Yuan Bo looked at Wolf King, Fatso and the others and said with a smile, you must also remember this sentence. Everyone nodded heavily, waiting for Yuan Bo to speak. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you must remember, don't forget your original intention. Yuan Bo said. We will follow Yuan Bo's teachings. Everyone bowed and kowtowed. Yuan Bo smiled slightly and said, you are all people with great luck and your future achievements are immeasurable, but remember, don't forget your original intention. Don't forget your original intention, and only then can you achieve good results. After that, Yuan Bo disappeared. Only an ethereal laughter was left, echoing in the castle, echoing in everyone's ears, unable to calm down for a long time. He left again. Qin Feiyang looked at the place where Yuan Bo disappeared, looking very lonely. This time is better than the last time, at least he didn't leave without saying goodbye. The inner demons patted him on the shoulder. I can only comfort myself like this. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a bitter smile and said, but speaking of which, what did Yuan Bo's last sentence mean? We are all people with great luck. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original intention, and only then can you achieve good results. Everyone also pondered. Great luck, they could understand it was nothing more than their good luck. No matter where they went, they could turn misfortunes into blessings or encounter some kind of opportunity. But don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original intention, and only then can you achieve good results. They really couldn't understand this sentence. Brother, I feel like the old man seems to be hinting at something? Wolf King said. Everyone nodded, feeling the same way. Don't think about it. The inner demon shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll leave the rest to you. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons turned off the kill formula and was about to return to the inner world, but suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, wait, we seem to have forgotten something? What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The inner demons said, everyone has a greeting gift, why don't we have one? Yes. Qin Feiyang was stunned and then reacted. Biased. The inner demon shook his head and sighed and returned to the inner world. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, also entered the sea of consciousness, and took control of the physical body. At this time, Wang Lin came in front of Qin Feiyang, raised her small head and asked curiously, Brother Jiang Fei, aren't you called Jiang Fei? But why do they all call you Qin Feiyang? Because my real name is Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled. So Jiang Fei is a fake name? Wang Lin said. Qin Feiyang nodded. You are a liar, you lied to us, you lied to Brother Jie, and you lied to everyone in our village. I won't talk to you anymore. Wang Lin immediately snorted, turned around and pouted, and hugged her small arms together looking quite cute. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly, looked at the Grand Valley Master and said, "Tell me, what is the Imperial Preceptor's plot?" The Grand Valley Master's eyes trembled and he asked, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "I will think about it," Qin Feiyang said. The Grand Valley Master shook his head and said, "If you don't promise in advance, I won't tell you." Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed the Grand Valley Master's neck and said coldly, "Do you think you are still qualified to talk about conditions now?" The Grand Valley Master didn't say a word. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, loosened his hand and nodded, "Okay, I promise I won't kill you." The Grand Valley Master was relieved and said, "The Imperial Preceptor wants to usurp the throne." "I knew it." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Then what is his relationship with Zhuge Mingyang?" The Grand Valley Master said, "Zhuge Mingyang is his descendant." "What?" Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Fatty, Wolf King, and the other beasts also looked at the Grand Valley Master in shock.